Swenson.
Jim Preschlack.
Robert Alfe.
Thank you. And we have some meeting minutes, I believe, for approval. So I'll ask if any of the commissioners have had a chance to review these, and if anyone has any objections, or if anyone has an objection to
I had an opportunity to review them, and I had one comment.
Sure.
And so I believe that at the end of the discussion of the partial demolition of 995 Woodbine Place, the chairman, subject to his correction, asked city staff to acknowledge by addendum to the applicable staff report that staff had waived the requirement for the historic preservation consultant's report, which would otherwise have been required under the historic preservation ordinance.
I think that might be correct. Kathy will pick that up. Any other comments or corrections?
Since we're talking about this, why don't I just touch on it? I think as we start the new year, I think it would be worthwhile for the city staff to provide a list of the minutes which have been provided and which have yet to be provided for approval by the commission. At this point, I'm showing a backlog going back as far as May 30th of 2013 and as recently as September 25th of 2014. And so it might just be good to get a handle on what we're going to do about all that. And then, if I may make one last comment, not to pile on, I continue to believe that it would be appropriate for city staff to provide the commission with copies of the certificates of appropriateness issued pursuant to commission action, either as email attachments or hard copies. I think these are especially useful when folks are new on the commission to see what it is that actually comes out at the end of it. And also, it's especially valuable, I think, when we're really not up to date on our minutes to see, confirm what's gone down.
I believe the second part of that's not necessarily a correction, but something that we can entertain, talk about a little bit. So let's not do that at this moment.
Apologies.
Always, every commissioner always can ask Kathy for a copy of those at any time as well, though.
Okay.
On the minutes that are at hand, let's see if we have any other comments on these. So I'll make a motion. No, I can't do that. I'll ask if there's a motion to approve these minutes.
I move that we, I move that we approve them.
We're off to a roaring start
Sorry
today.
about that.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers, seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I'll ask if there's any opposed. I see none, so we've adopted those minutes. Kathy, I would like to see a list of what's outstanding. That'd be great. I appreciate that you guys have been backed up a little bit in as your staff has changed a little bit, so that's, and we do appreciate getting the minutes for agenda items that are on the current agenda, so at least we've seen those backed up, and I understand that that was your goal tonight. And if you make a note, I will follow up with you on a couple of the other recommendations we just talked about. That leaves us with our first agenda item, which is a consideration of the request for Certificate of Appropriateness approving a new residence and associated landscape plan on vacant property at 1120 Elm Tree Road. This was previously issued Certificate of Appropriateness for a residence on this property for different owners, and there's some changes to the request now, so I'll ask if any of the commissioners have any conflict or ex parte contact on this. I see none, so tell us what you got when you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is Austin Dupre. I'm the architect representing the owners, Harry and B. Hoopus. They're actually long-term residents of Lake Forest and have lived across the street from this property for, I think, over 20 years now. So, again, we were in front of the HBC in May with a different owner from this property, but very similar design, and were granted a Certificate of Appropriateness then. And we've made adjustments with the new owners, but they really came to this project and came to our firm because they liked the design. So we've made some changes. This is really going to be an empty nester house with a master suite on the first floor. We've been working closely with staff to make sure that we're within all allowable setbacks, bulk, We're actually about 25% under the maximum allowable height restriction. And we've also been working on updating the landscape plan with Mariani and also associated protection of trees, significant trees on the property. First slide just shows a broad perspective of this corner lot that's now empty at the corner of Woodland and Elm Tree Road. This next slide is showing the property, again, the intersection of Woodland and Elm Tree Road here, and then the proposed house within the context of the neighborhood. And I think you can see that the footprint of this house is certainly within a reasonable range of the scale of houses found in this neighborhood. The total impervious surface, I know that was brought up as a concern from one of the neighbors, is just about 30% of the lot. That includes pool deck, driveway, and the total footprint of the house. I'll let John Mariani come back to this, but here's the proposed landscape plan showing a pool, the adjacent neighbor to the south, Evie and Randy Lyon, new drive off of Elm Tree, and the new residence. The main changes from the last presentation that we gave in May is the addition of a screen porch here at the northwest corner of the home, and bulk was taken away from the rest of the home to accommodate this new wing. And architecturally speaking, it actually provides a much more balanced rear facade than what we had proposed previously. The floor plans with a basement space, again, master suite and main living space on the first floor, 3-car garage. But again, I think the massing and scale of this home is consistent with others in the neighborhood, and 2 bedrooms on the second floor. This is a quick updated rendering of the front facade. Again, trying to take a lot of cues of materials and detailing from the surrounding community with the land and stone, painted wood clapboard siding, double hung windows, really pulling together a lot of different colonial revival elements that are found in Lake Forest. And then a rear facade of the home, again with this new screen porch that will balance this wing that was not there previously. We also did provide elevations. We've been working quite a bit to make sure that there's a very organized rhythm of windows and good scale and proportions of this home that really lend itself to this historic district. The last slide, just showing examples of the materials to be used. Again, these colonial revival details, wood clapboard siding, cedar roof, land and stone walls, and possible landscape walls, and copper gutters and downspouts, painted wood shutters. So with that, I will pass it back to John Mariani just to speak briefly on the proposed landscape design and tree preservation plan.
Thank you, Austin. John Mariani, Mariani Landscape, Lake Bluff. Proud to be partnering up on this in this project. It's a wonderful project. It's a great lot. It's amazing to think that there's even an empty lot here to be working on in this part of town, and very little impact. It's a smaller home. A lot of room for a home this size. The trees that are there, the important trees that are there, will not be impacted. I know the neighbor to the south had some concerns, but we double-checked again this morning, and no concern whatsoever. They're totally out of the way and not even an issue. They will not be impacted whatsoever. In fact, the neighbor to the west has no worries at all either. So I don't see any problems with any of the mature trees on this property, except for some older, very much older trees that are right in the footprint, and not an issue. They're going to go, and they're going to go soon anyway, so not a problem there. As far as the landscape itself goes, we're going to be using mature plant materials that are in keeping with the palette of plant materials are in keeping with the architecture, kind of almost an East Coast feel, but the types of plants that, of course, fit well into the Lake Forest scene, locally grown, larger material. It's a mature neighborhood with mature trees. The plant materials that are going to be going into this landscape will be mature, so it's going to feel like, basically it's going to look like this house has been here for a while, and that's important, we think. And it'll help soften and not disguise the house, but soften the effect. This house will feel like it's been there. It'll be planted well. So I don't. I think it'll be a welcome site. There is a hedge that does surround the property right now, a red barberry hedge that I am recommending that we do remove. It's been there for a while. It's been there for probably, I'm guessing, maybe 20 years, 15, 20 years. It's not an old hedge, per se, and I am recommending that we do remove that. That is an invasive species and not a plant that we use anymore, and it does get into our ravines and what have you, so I'm going to recommend that we remove that. And it is just a stiff-looking hedge, so we're going to go with a more naturalistic arrangement of hawthorns and oak trees and what have you along the border there, the parkway to the north and to the west over in this area here. And then as we get up closer to the house, we're going to, of course, get a little bit more refined in our arrangement of plant materials with hedging, boxwood hedges, and possibly magnolia and some of the types of plants, azalea, arborvitae hedge in here for screening, a good screen to the neighbor so they don't have to stare at our garage and garage court here and our cars parked here and what have you. And so we're considering, the neighbors' views here. And these, of course, are all traditional plant materials arranged in a traditional manner to complement the home. So we're also taking the neighbors into consideration with the landscaping that we're doing, while also complementing and dressing up, our needs around our house.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we have a staff report.
Thank you.
Not too much to add to that. We have been working with the architect to tweak the square footage with the modifications. We had a little bit of an overage. I think we still have about 10 or 11 square feet, which can easily be addressed. Other than that, as noted before, really focusing on the landscape treatment along Woodland Road because this lot has for so long been that landscape buffer. So other than assuring that the bulk is in full compliance, the other conditions as recommended in the staff report are standard conditions. Staff does recommend approval and you findings in support of the petition in your staff report.
All right, now is an opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions of either the staff or the petitioner, if anyone has questions.
No, Austin, I have a few questions for you. Just on the windows on the front, on the extensions on the front you have double hungs, and on the main mass of the house you have, looks like casement windows.
Yes.
Why not put all double hungs?
We were trying to create a hierarchy of windows in the house, and there are quite a few examples around Lake Forest and historic homes that do blend casement and double hungs. I mean, casement windows as a style of windows, it is a very old style of window. So I don't think there's any inherent conflict there. For example, in this front facade, just pointing to these punched window openings in the stone mass, we wanted to treat those slightly differently and trying to make this house appear like it has evolved over time possibly, and that, using a different scale and type of window, I don't think is inconsistent in the historic district.
I'm just thinking in terms of the style of a colonial, Cape Cod. It just stuck out to me that,
Austin, do you have the elevation, the black and white elevation drawing instead of the, it was interesting to see the difference between the front elevation drawing flat and the perspective drawing. Because if you go back to the perspective drawing, what's actually doing is it's kind of, we see this all the time, this trick of the drawing, it's like the two outboard wings of this are coming forward at you. They actually look bigger in proportion to the mass of the house, but when you see it in the elevation, they're diminutive to the mass of the house. It's like we're going to wrap our arm
right, and that that 1 point perspective, it is fairly dramatic and it accentuates the scale of the wing, of those two wings. I think in reality it's maybe not going to be so kind of dramatic as it appears here.
Go back to that last one, the back view. So the back view, the 2 point perspective is a little more realistic in terms of how you would
exactly
see it. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's interesting. What do you think, Susie? Does that alleviate your concern or not? You're still worried about the style?
I just wanted to point it out because it looked odd to me. Just something stuck out to me, and I thought it's the windows because they're not the traditional Cape Cod style double hung throughout the whole house. And we always encourage everyone to, look at your elevations, make sure windows are consistent, design elements are consistent. So, just something that I would ask you to consider.
Yeah, well, it certainly, maybe it makes sense to go to the elevations as well. And, there is some variety in scale. I think repeating the same double hung all around the house, especially some of the smaller punched openings, they might start feeling a little cramped. And we did actually look at that, and I think our first pass, we had double hungs, and we started looking at a little bit more variety. And I think part of the eclectic nature of a lot of homes in Lake Forest makes them a little bit more charming, that there's not complete repetition all the way around. So we did try to create some rules for ourselves where some of the bigger windows, especially in these front extension wings, were consistently the double hung, and when you got to the main body of the home, and we went to more of a small punched opening, that we didn't simply repeat the double hung. And we're trying to keep all of the window panes in the house consistently proportioned, so you'll see that kind of golden rectangle proportion on all the windows. And I guess from my experience, sometimes that's the most important things about windows, is their proportions are the same. That you don't go from narrow to horizontal to from skinny to wide, and sometimes that to me is more important than having them all consistently double hung or all consistently casement.
Sure. Just a question, what's happening with the screen porch at the Muttons? What are you doing there? It's a little hard to tell from this.
We're trying to make it appear like part of the house. So they are, as you can see from this back facade rendering, they're just meant to repeat a lot of the window patterns found in the rest of the house.
So is that like a frame of Muttons in front of the screen, or how?
They'd actually be screened panels the size of windows.
Oh, individual.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions for either the petitioner or the
Well, I
staff?
just have one question
Sure.
for Kathy. What is the significance of the 50-foot setback line that you're showing on the survey?
This property is on a corner lot, so both the front yard, which is one side, and the corner yard have 50 feet setbacks. So on both street sides, there is a 50-foot setback.
But this is showing the house in the 50-foot setback.
Yeah, actually, at our last presentation, we found an old deed for the property, and this particular property and a lot of other homes in the neighborhood have a 40-foot setback off of Woodland. So this is something we resolved with staff before the May meeting.
And I will confirm that. I forgot. There actually is a 40-foot setback on the recorded plat of subdivision. And we had a lot of discussion about that, did research.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think we decided to pursue the 40-foot setback on Woodland, mostly to give more relief and buffer space between this house and the neighbor to the south.
That's one of the changes from the last petition,
So,
correct?
so this has
Yeah.
been discussed and cleared already. So, okay, thank you.
No, I think that's clearly an advantage to the neighbor to the south.
To both homes, I guess you could say.
Other questions?
Kathy, can you just talk a little bit about the impervious surface? And it was mentioned in the petitioner's presentation. Just curious how you viewed that and just what your thoughts were.
The city doesn't have an impervious surface maximum. Certainly it is something that is always looked at when engineering plans come in at the time plans are submitted for permit. The code does limit structures to coverage of no more than 30% of the lot. So the addition of the pool in this case certainly is a change from the last time, but it is in full conformance with the code requirements.
Yeah, and Jim, if I can just speak to that for a moment too, I think part of the reason why there is such an appearance of bulk from a site plan perspective is because we've displaced a lot of square footage on the first floor. I think one of the benefits in terms of experience and perspective view of this home is that really it's much lower slung than most homes would be if you consolidated that square footage and started putting a lot more on the second floor. So for example, these wings on the front and rear facade are shorter than 19 feet. And the maximum ridge height, again, is well below the maximum allowable. So I think from the surrounding neighborhood, like John said, once these trees are planted, we're trying to really nestle this house in. One thing we were trying to avoid was a very tall, kind of prominent, and a house that was seeming a little too proud. We wanted it to seem a little more low slung.
I noticed there is a reasonable pitch from the house building site down to Woodland Road, and there was a letter requesting maybe you take care of some drainage issues, and I'm just wondering if that's something that's been addressed. On the landscape plan, I didn't see anything.
Yes,
specific.
well, we certainly will make sure that we conform to all city codes and regulations regarding drainage, and any project we've done in Lake Forest goes through pretty thorough scrutiny through the engineering department. So we could certainly put that down as a requirement for this project, but I think it's really a basic requirement for any new structure in Lake Forest. And maybe Kathy, you can support that. How, if we are approved for a certificate of appropriateness tonight, we're going to move forward with full engineering drawings, structural, civil, HVAC, and the civil engineering will address any drainage issues, and we'll make sure we don't impact any surrounding properties.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to confirm a few items on the landscaping plan, too.
Thank you, I love questions.
And I just wanted to address the one question we got from the neighbor requesting the 2 evergreens in the maple. Could you point those out on
Sure.
your plan and just make sure that we all understand it's protected?
Okay, well, actually, at first, we couldn't even find one because it wasn't on the plan because it's actually not on our property. It's right in here. Here's one, and the other one is here. It's off the property, as it turns out. It's actually the bigger one. So here's one, and then there's another one here. They're both Norway spruce. It's right next to it, right on the property line. So apparently it's, I don't know if it's right on the line or it's, so they don't know whose tree it is, but it's not on the survey. And that's, those were the 2 that she was concerned about because, of course, they give her tremendous screening. And, you know, being that they're Norway spruces, well, you can see they're really not in the way of anything. And there is going to be, is going to be drainage. There's actually an engineered plan that shows the drainage coming around this way and this way. And the good thing about the drainage here and the slope here is all this direction. It goes to the street. So it's not going towards any of the neighbors here. So it's going to come down this way, and the majority of it's probably going to come down this way. And there's plenty of room to get by these trees through here. There's a maple here. That was one of the concerns she had. And then there's the spruce, and then there's another spruce right here that you're not seeing. And spruce have very fibrous root systems. So we can come, and of course there's a lot of roots on this side as well, off the property line. So we can come through here and not impact these trees at all. What we'll probably do is tie these branches up in here just to be sure. Might be a little bit of pruning. And then we'll stake this all off in here as well, just to keep construction traffic away. But these are branched all the way to the ground, so nobody's going to get near these trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also mentioned you're just taking out one tree for the building pad?
Actually, there's a number of smaller spruce trees over in this area here that, the builder will have to remove. And then I know there's an ash tree here somewhere, and I think there's a silver maple over here, as we all know, pretty weedy tree. Younger trees in here, one or two over in this area here. That's pretty much it. This is a pretty open yard here.
So you have that in your plan, the inch-for-inch replacement, that's part of your plan then? When you take out the trees, you're going to have them back in your plan?
It's not required for the ash tree.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's right, 'cause it's-
I don't think it's even required for the maple tree. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever's required, though, will go back in, so.
Just confirming. And then
Yeah.
the other thing I think we talked about was screening from Woodland Road when you're coming from Woodland Road of the pool. And you added screening around there too. Yeah,
well, we do have quite a few trees going back in here, and these are low-growing. And for example, we were thinking these will probably be low-branched, multi-stemmed hawthorn, and you can't get much more dense than hawthorn trees as far as non-evergreens go. And these will, hopefully be from our own nursery, so they'd be locally grown. They'll be low-branched, very wide-spreading trees. It's a pretty dense tree. Now, they're not arranged like a hedge. They're arranged in a more pastoral manner, like they would grow naturally. And, I'm not so sure that we'd be massing in shrubs in here or anything, but then, of course, there's planting that's I'm sure it's going to happen in this area around the pool itself as well. So there'll be, we'll be doubling up there. Now, there's already a lot of landscaping in this area here just from the neighbor as well. So that view there is already pretty much blocked. It's not until you get all the way around to this point here that you can see in this area here. So all we have to do is arrange these trees properly, and that's pretty much taken care of there. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for the petitioner's staff? All right, now's an opportunity for the public, if they have any comments, come on up and talk to us about that. Is there any public testimony on this subject? I see none, so now's an opportunity for us to deliberate. What do you think, guys?
I think it's a simply elegant design, and it's really done, I think, in the old tradition of infill, of Lake Forest, where you build an infill house that's subordinate to the older houses. Let those be the dominant feature. So simply elegant is the way to go with this.
Yep.
I think that it was a nice job. I would ask that maybe just look at the double hung possibility, just to keep it a consistent Cape Cod style throughout. Play with it, see if it works. It might look better. We don't know. What else do I want to say? I think that's good.
Okay. Anybody else? Deliberations?
Yeah, I think I would echo Commissioner Athenson's comments, and I think I'm okay with with the windows being single or double. I think we'll give a little bit of artistic license to the architect and the homeowner in terms of preference there. And I think it's a nice landscape design in terms of addressing the neighbors' concerns. And so I'm in support of the petition.
Great. Anybody else?
Well, I just wanted to mention, too, the overage is so insignificant. And I think it's important just to realize that we don't ever want to design to ordinances, because that could compromise the design. So-
Yeah, one I might take a little different position on, actually.
I think it's,
Yeah.
personally, I'd rather have a better design than meeting the exact number of.
It's true,
The overage.
it's true, but I do respect the, we deal with overages all the time here, and
Big
I was
ones.
thinking about this as I was reading the petition, actually, so I might as well talk about it. Oftentimes, we get asked for overages for much more than 200 square feet, and we approve them, usually, but usually it's for, because there's a reason why it needs to happen, and it's an existing home where we're trying to make that home more serviceable, whether it's an additional stall in a garage, or it's a larger kitchen, or a master bedroom suite, or something like this, and we like that. We like it when folks invest in the community and take care of these old houses and spend their money doing that. So we encourage that by granting some room, some leniency inside the bulk ordinance. Here, I appreciate that they're trying to work inside the bulk ordinance. I think it's the bulk ordinance at work and protecting the interest of the adjacent property owners to do their best to control that. So I don't see any burning reason why they couldn't find a way to mitigate that. But if that were the case, and you were to present that case, I suppose you'd at least have one fan for that. But I appreciate that you're not asking for that, and so we don't have to even entertain it. But I hear what you're saying. We don't want to sacrifice design for it. But
Maybe
on
when
the
they
other
get to
hand, I don't
final
want to
plans, it'd
encourage
be
the
gone.
crowd out there.
No, I'm not
designing
encouraging. I'm
homes
just
to
saying
throw
in
an
this
extra
case.
250 at it. Yeah.
Just in this case, maybe when you get to the final
Yeah.
drawings, it does come up to zero.
250 square feet's like a size of a single car garage, so
thought
it's
it was
not a
10.
throwaway.
In
No,
the new?
257.
10 square feet over maximum, is that what the update said?
Well, I guess it's, you got a different one than I do.
I think that one just came in.
Revised.
That one
Down
just
to
came
10.
in.
Came in.
Yeah, it's only 10 square
That's the
feet over.
revised one.
It's very close, and I think we can bring it within the.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's
All
like
right.
10 square feet, it's not 200 feet.
All right, fair enough. I repealed my soliloquy.
It was good, though.
All right, I'll ask if there's a motion.
I have a motion prepared if you wish.
That'd be great.
Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated November 19th, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, historic preservation of the city code, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner, and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving the new single-family dwelling to be constructed on a vacant lot as detailed on the plans presented to the commission for property located at 1120 Elm Tree Road, and condition its approval on the conditions of approval enumerated under the 7 numbered paragraphs on pages 5 and 6 of the applicable staff report.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Preschlack.
You lost.
I think it was pretty close. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations with that. Good luck. Nice project. Look forward to seeing that move along. All right, our next petition is a presentation of preliminary concepts for the replacement of the Woodbine Bridge located on Lake Road north of Woodbine Lane. This is not a item for action, so I don't have to ask anybody if they've had any ex parte conflict, or if they even have a conflict. I'm not sure how you would have one unless you were a bridge contractor.
Right.
And this is going to be presented by the City of Lake Forest, Robert Ells. So when you get organized, come on and tell us what you're doing.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Tonight, I am here to introduce the commission to a project that the city is working on concerning the Lake Woodbine Bridge. With me tonight is Ken Magnus with Black Engineering, who, as a consultant, serves as the city's bridge project manager in working with the Illinois Department of Transportation. I have Dave Shannon with Lochner Engineering, the consultant that is on board for this project, and Meg with Johnson Lasky Architects, also working on the project. Sorry, we just met 2 minutes ago. So tonight, I'll give you the overview of where the project is right now, and of course seek your feedback so we can move forward with the process of selecting a design for this project. The Lake Woodbine Bridge was built about 100 years ago and unfortunately is in very poor condition despite a rehabilitation that was done on the bridge 38 years ago. The current IDOT numerical sufficiency rating for this bridge out of a possible score of 100 is 33. And because of this, the condition of the bridge, right now the focus is on replacing the bridge. Normally when a sufficiency rating is below 50, the focus is automatically on replacement and not trying to rehabilitate the bridge. The primary reasons for that consideration are the concrete arches and the piers of the bridge, which are the only remaining original parts of the structure, are in advanced state of deterioration with widespread cracking, spalling, and exposed reinforcing throughout the structure. The piers also show signs of cracking and section loss throughout. The bridge deck as existing is narrower than the approaching roadway, Lake Avenue. Lake Avenue currently is about 21 feet wide, which gives you about a 10.5-foot driving lane. The bridge right now, the driving lanes are 9 feet wide. The existing sidewalk on the west side of the bridge is about 3.5 feet wide, which does not meet accessibility requirements. And the railings, which were replaced in 1978, are not only deteriorating, but they're of a substandard height, and they have a gap between the balusters of more than 4 inches. So as of now, the staff is looking at, as I said, a full replacement of this bridge. Dave and Lochner Engineering has worked with the State Historic Preservation Office, and they have concurred with the replacement of the bridge, with the requirement that the replacement bridge be compatible with the surrounding historic district, and also they do require that plans and specifications are sent to them for review and approval prior to any construction starting. So the city, excuse me, at this point has received federal bridge replacement funds that are administered through the Illinois Department of Transportation to start this preliminary design of the bridge. Dave and his team have completed most of the required preliminary work that IDOT requires, such as environmental studies, drainage studies, hydraulic studies, all of a whole checklist of things that are required. So now we're at the point of looking at a design for the replacement bridge. So they have come up with a few examples. I'm sorry, I missed this slide. This is just some information on the existing bridge that's out there, some dimensions on the bridge. This is a photo of the existing balusters. You can see some of the deterioration on the railing that exists throughout the bridge out there right now. This picture obviously was not taken recently, but it gives you a nice view of the arch design of the bridge. Same with this picture here. These photos unfortunately show what's really going on underneath the bridge. This is a 102-year-old structure. These are the areas most people don't see. This is an existing elevation, gives you the whole view of what the bridge looks like currently. Lochner proposed 3 options for replacement, the first being a box beam type design. And this would, down here where the beams would be, I think the intent here was that it could be slightly arched to sort of mimic a spandrel arch type bridge. The next being a steel plate girder bridge. You can see from the elevation, it's a bit similar to the last one. And I will let Dave go into detail on these. I just wanted to give you a quick overview so that we can go into a discussion on this. The last being the spandrel arch option is the option that currently staff is recommending at this point. It would give the designers more leeway to design a bridge that would more closely resemble what's out there today. You'll notice that this is a single span. Currently, there's 3 spans that go over the ravine. This is showing a single span going across, which would would allow for the removal of the piers to be taken out of the ravine, and during construction, there would be little or no impact to the ravine during construction, so that when all is said and done, there'd be no more concrete structures in the ravine, no more maintenance issues with erosion around the piers. Dave, did you want to? This is an elevation of the existing railings. They are concrete balusters that are out there. You saw the picture. These were replaced in 1978 and are deteriorating quickly. This was one option that Lochner and Johnson Lasky came up with for replacement. This option here would take care of the issue of the height of the wall being substandard and the gap between the balusters. And this would closely mimic what's out there right now. There were some other options presented, a cast panel with a limestone railing. And there were several wrought iron railing options presented. I did not put them all, there was a bunch, I didn't put them all in here. Kind of gives you the idea of what they were going at with the wrought iron. As I said, city believes that the bridge should probably be much closer in appearance to what it is today, so the spandrel arch option and the concrete baluster option is what the city is recommending at this point. And with that, we would be happy to take questions and, of course, get your feedback on.
Great. Appreciate it. Kathy, do you have a couple comments for us, and can you give us a little direction on what you're trying to achieve tonight? That'd be great.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. First, I want to thank engineering staff and the consultants for coming forward at this early time. This is one of those projects that, from a technical perspective, sometime can get further down the road before we start thinking about the aesthetic aspects or historic aspects. And I think in this case, we really wanted to bring this forward at this early time. As Mr. Ells noted, what they're looking at right now is options for the structure, options for the railings. The design work has not begun yet. The initial technical studies have been completed, but the reason we are before the board tonight is really the big question is, should we, to the extent possible, direct that the design, both with respect to the style of the bridge and the railings detailing, try to be as close to the existing bridge, or do we want to do some kind of departure? Do we want to give direction to explore wrought iron railings, for instance? From the staff perspective, the recommendations you heard from Mr. Els really do speak to a style that is most consistent. The detail work, the design work still needs to be done, and what we would propose is that tonight you certainly hear public comment, we identify issues. We're not here to answer a bunch of questions tonight, but with the direction, the initial direction that we get from the commission, and understanding the comments from the public, we will then go forward, enter into the preliminary design. We expect the design, both design phase 1 and design phase 2, to take about 12 months. But we would suggest that we come back to the commission periodically so that we can give you a progress report, let you know where the detailing is going, how the design is shaping up, so that you have input along the way. So again, we're at the very initial stages, looking for direction on the bridge type, the railing type, noting that there's a whole bunch of work to do. But your direction today will help this get started in the right direction.
Thank you. So I'm sure you guys have been looking at this, but maybe you could bring us up to speed a little bit on first technical issues, just so we understand kind of the background. I'm assuming my questions relate mostly to, is it possible to rehabilitate the bridge that's there? If not, could you completely rebuild it exactly as it is? So technically, take us through kind of your thought process on, when you were looking at this and trying to evaluate it, what are the options, and what steers you to different options in terms of these 3 bridge options? And let's leave the aesthetic thing off the table for the moment. I know we have lots of comments about that, and I'm anxious, frankly, to get public comments on that, even more so than our own comments, because that'll be informative. But technically, there's got to be some stuff we need to know, so.
Sure. As Bob said, my name is Dave Shannon. I'm with Lochner. We're the engineering firm who's helping the city on this project. I'm not a structural engineer. I'm the project manager, but I work closely with the structural engineers. I was with her when we did the inspection, went down there and put our hands on the bridge. And anytime a bridge gets below 50 in the ratings, it's usually not because of one issue, but a number of issues. And for this project, repair is really out of the question because the concrete is so old. There's no way to repair what's going on inside the bridge. It's showing deterioration signs underneath that indicate that there's more going on inside the bridge, and these things that are showing up underneath are because of water that's getting in from the top coming down and is coming through the bottom of the bridge now.
So for example, we see it all the time on road work where they cut out a section of a spandrel or a big girder, concrete girder, and then they do a concrete patch. That kind of approach is
yeah, that's when it's deteriorating from the outside in, and this is deteriorating from the top down.
Okay.
So it's a filled bridge, so it's basically like 2 sides and then the arch, and it's filled with material, and that material collects water when the top is not sealed, and that water is not a friend to a bridge.
Got it.
And you can see it underneath the bridge where it's coming out. It's 100 years worth of deterioration. So for those reasons, it would be prohibitively expensive to repair it in place.
And how about the foundations for this bridge? Are the foundations that this is sitting on intact, or are they similarly compromised?
I don't think we got that far in an analysis because we can't see them.
Yeah.
I mean, there are ways that we could
Okay.
figure out how they're doing, but we don't have the existing plans, and we didn't do any subsurface exploration, so I can't answer that question. As far as repairing it, replacing it in kind, that's a bridge type that was popular 100 years ago, but there are issues with it, and we figured out a lot of better ways to build bridges. So if there was a very pressing reason why it needed to be replaced in kind, Federal Highways and IDOT may entertain that idea, but in our studies so far, there's been no reason that we've seen that we need to pursue that as an option. There are ways that we can mimic the impression that you get from the bridge without necessarily having to recreate the bridge itself and the problems that go along with that type.
Okay. Any other technical questions for?
One more quick question. So you're saying it's possible to restore the bridge, but it would be too expensive?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify one thing too. Excuse me, did you say that the balustrades were from 1978, or are they original?
I believe that they're from the late 70s.
Yeah, so what's original on the bridge, do you know, and the origin of it, and like who designed it, and where it came from? And I mean, because I think part of our role as an org or a committee is to just to kind of think about the character of the neighborhood and the town, and so usually when projects are brought to us, you know, we get kind of an historical context. And so if you've done any work on that, that would be interesting. The second question I would have is how many bridges are, you know, are in Lake Forest, and, you know, are they, how many 33s are there around here, or has there been precedent for restoring them? Because, you know, it's easy to say it's so expensive, but, you know, if you get some data points for other communities or in our town where we've actually had some project experience where we have some real actual costs to look at. Not that we're so much worried about costs, but I think we probably are less inclined to move right towards let's replace it versus let's think about what's there, where it came from, what's original, and then kind of work bottom up versus just presupposing that that's the starting point.
Okay, to go back to your first question, the original parts of the bridge would be the actual concrete arch and the piers. The deck, the sidewalls, the railings, apparently were all replaced about 1978. As far as who designed it, that I don't know. The original plans for the bridge are not to be found. There may be some local resources that have some of that information on the historic information of the bridge, but I don't have any of that information.
Are there other bridges in town that maybe are same vintage that have been repaired or have been scored similarly or been improved? Or
Ken, can you help out? I know the closest bridge was redone just north of here on Lake Road is the McClinic Reed Bridge, and that is this structure here. That was rebuilt in 1970.
In the
1970s. And that's this one. This is just up the road from.
I think that would be exactly what we don't want.
I'm sure it was cost effective.
yeah.
The Ferry Hall Bridge is pretty close here. This was not completely rebuilt, I don't think, but it was rehabilitated in '99.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing well with this, but.
Was it the one on Sheridan Road in Deerpath that we did? Just south of Presbyterian Church?
The one on Deerpath was, on Sheridan was part of a jurisdictional transfer with IDOT. That was done in 2001. That also was an arch. I think it was a 3-span arch. They try to mimic it. IDOT owned it at the time, and what they have is these prefab arches to mimic the look. So it's not actually an arch, it's actually a beam bridge, but with that facade on the side. But the city has 15 vehicle bridges in town. About 10 of them have been rehabbed or reconstructed in the last 15 years. But that's a good example of the, you know, comparing it to this bridge, the Sheridan Road Bridge.
What do you think? You guys want to get some public testimony and see what there's to see? Why don't we do that? Let's turn it over to some public testimony. So if folks have comments, come on up and tell us what you're thinking about. Also, while you're giving us those thoughts, we're keenly interested in understanding visually, you know, what you like, what you don't like, and if there's important aspects of the existing bridge, whether they're above or below the pavement surface. That'd be interesting to know too, because we have a couple of different span types being bantered about. So does anybody want to come up and give us some testimony? Come on up and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Maureen Grinnell. I represent the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation, and we do have some background on the bridge that we'll be glad to share with you.
Great.
It's century-old, classic in style, and hierarchically uses Bedford limestone materials with balusters that, and this part is important, allows, well, that's the Ferry Hall Bridge. If we could go back to the, what I need to do to go back to our bridge? I'd like to borrow your picture.
With this thing all night,
Oh, okay.
but I think I got it now.
All right. No,
You want it-
I don't want that one.
Which one do you want?
I would like the Woodbine Bridge as it looks right now, the photograph. That's a good one. Okay, we'll take that one. All right, so what we have here is part of the work that was done with Howard Shaw and David Adler. We're not positive that they were the people behind the construction of the bridge, but it certainly was during their time frame, around 1912. And it fits within the city plan where we had the curvilinear streets except for Lake Road. And the idea here was that we had a straight bridge which enabled you to see through it, that's one of the reasons we have the balusters, on the one side to the lake, and then on the other side to the ravine. So there's a lot of significance of the actual architectural integrity, although it hasn't stood the test of time, but at least the beauty of it is something we would like to maintain and preserve. The idea is such that it really represented kind of a very special view of the city, again, through the lake and the ravine. That is really the closest proximity to the lake of anything else in town. Interestingly, in the existing bridge, and perhaps one of the biggest departures with the new plan, is there is only sidewalk on the west side of the bridge. There is only sidewalk on the west side of Lake Road. And the proposed plan puts a sidewalk on the other side as well, which means that if you walk on the east side sidewalk, it's the only east side sidewalk on the entire street. So you're going to have to cross the bridge to go back to the sidewalk on the west side, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. One of the things here is, you know, concern for safety, also a concern for cost, and this seems to be a cost that could be saved, and safety that seems to be questionable. One of the reasons for the open balusters, and I realize that just like crib railings, things have gotten kind of tighter, just in case somebody wanted to put their head between them. There was a lot of intention in terms of the height of the bridge, as well as the ability to see through it, and so I have a little bit of background there. Currently, in terms of comparing the existing bridge with the one that is conceptually proposed, you know about the 3 spans currently replaced with 1 span, a single segmented arch. Currently, the conceptual plan is 90 feet across the ravine. The current bridge is 106. The existing bridge railing is 37 inches tall. The railing cap is 16 inches wide, which, you know, kind of makes it a place where you might pause and enjoy a view. The conceptual plan shows a railing that's 42 inches tall, which is considerably higher, and also an 8-inch wide railing cap. So it really kind of takes that opportunity to pause and kind of reduces that considerably. The conceptual bridge design varies significantly from the design of the existing bridge, and that the thinner proportion railing, the taller, thinner proportion railings and balusters is inconsistent with the defining elements of the current existing bridge. It is our feeling, again, Lake Forest Preservation Foundation, the conceptual bridge would not only destroy the character of the existing historic bridge, it would be detrimental to the overall character of the Lake Forest National Register historic district and the Lake Road streetscape, which is what we're trying to be compatible with. I think another piece of information that may be helpful to you is that in recent conversations with officials at the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency, which must review final plans for this bridge, we've been informed that rigid adherence to to IDOT standards for non-historic bridges, despite their willingness to fund 80% of this project, can and have been waived. For historic bridges, on their basis of the importance of the history of the communities like Lake Forest. There is a special review section at IDOT that must review historic projects such as bridges, and we urge that ongoing discussion and city's planning focus on ensuring renovation of the historic Woodbine Bridge be consistent with the existing historical character and the character of its role as a significant structure in the National Historic Register District.
Would you mind if I asked you 2 questions?
Certainly.
Just to follow up, thank you for that. Because we're on a fact-finding mission, so I'll just use my chairman authority to just ask questions when I want.
I can answer them, I will.
Is the foundation concerned about how the span is executed below the railing?
Could you repeat the first part
Is
again?
From a visual impact of how the bridge is built, if the bridge were to be replaced, are you concerned with what the span looks like below the railing? So in other words, most of the things you addressed tonight are from the perspective of a person crossing the bridge. And I'm just, because I'm trying to give the engineers some food for thought here, is there something about the existing span that we prefer or don't prefer in terms of how they execute the actual, bridging of the 2 sides?
Okay.
And
I can't tell you what to prefer or not to prefer, but I can provide a comparison.
Okay.
When it's viewed in elevation, the existing bridge is a closed spandrel arch, which means the sides of the bridge appear solid, as solid concrete from the arch up to the railing.
Right.
The conceptual plan indicates an open spandrel arch, meaning it would consist of a series of posts and beams between the arch and the railing. The spaces between the posts and the beams would be open and not solid, and I think the feeling is overall from people who know bridges better than I, that more of a mimic of the existing design would be more aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, thank you. The other question was, do we know if the railing that we're looking at was the duplicate of what was there before 1978, or was it a replacement of something different? And it might be just a research question for us all to look into, but I didn't know if you knew that from your research.
I do not,
Okay.
but I think it's fair to say that given all of the other elements, the width at the top is consistent with the base.
Sure.
And so I think that it would be unreasonable to expect that that was changed.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the public on this issue? Has anybody else got anything to tell us about? Come on up and introduce yourself. Appreciate that.
I'd just like to say that was an extremely intelligent analysis with great information, and I really appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
I had help. You should know that Art Miller and Gail Hodges, who were not able to be here tonight, also participated in the research, the conversation with Landmarks Illinois, and I did skip a few of the really more poetic points about this bridge, which is, really quite special. So we appreciate your consideration of our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Marina Purrier. I'm president of the Lake Forest Garden Club. I am not going to be as eloquent as Maureen was, but if you'll indulge me, I would like to provide you with a bit of background from our 100-year history and the bridges in Lake Forest. Bridges have long been a necessary feature of our city due to the 7 ravines that intersect our roads. In 1928, when the city had determined the best solution to deal with the ravine was to fill it in, we presented a $10,000 check to create and finance the bridge at Deerpath and Sheridan Roads. In 1963, the city also contemplated filling in the Mayflower Road and ravine north of Illinois. And we were also involved in seeking a mutually beneficial solution. I am not here to give you a check, nor, thankfully, are we discussing the filling in of this ravine as a solution. I would ask you to consider the importance of the aesthetic that we will be compromising if we widen the bridge, especially to accommodate a sidewalk on the east side of the bridge. There is no east side sidewalk on the Mayflower Bridge, nor on the new bridge on Sheridan Road north of Pine Lane. So precedent exists not to have a sidewalk to nowhere. I am also concerned that the straightening of the bridge will increase the safety concerns on Lake Road. I would like to bring your attention to the mantra of Bonnie Harper Lohr, former Director of Planning for the Federal Highway Department nationwide. The best way to cut speed in communities is to narrow roads rather than putting up signs. And at the very least, a nod to Frederick Law Olmsted that would suggest that sidewalks, if they were to be there, or had to be there, are on the side of the bridge away from the road, thus maintaining the intimacy of the roadway.
All right, thank you. Come on up, other testimony. You want to, you have a question or a rebuttal or a testimony?
I would like to make a comment.
Sure, please, that'd be great.
Just in case.
I will take you next.
Sidewalk on both sides of the road that's shown on those sketches. Those sketches were done using basic IDOT highway and bridge standards.
Yeah.
There is not a reason for the sidewalk to be on the east side of the.
So we have some latitude with that.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, that's not in stone, no pun intended, but, you know, it's most likely, no, it's not going to be there. So I just, in case other people
appreciate
have similar comments on there, please disregard that on the sketch. My apologies for that.
I think we have one all the way in the back that's next. Thank you.
May need some technical help.
Sure.
How does this turn on?
Which slide would you like to see?
I will try.
I can do it from the back.
Okay.
Jack of all trades.
What's that?
Jack of all trades, Kathy.
Yeah. She's moving around pretty good.
Yeah, that's really great.
While Kathy's doing that, my name is John Dick. I live at 900 Woodbine Lane, and I look at this view every morning, at least the top one. I live on the west side, have for 34 years. I remember when the bridge was being rebuilt in '79, and they did mimic the same railings as the old one. And some of those remaining ones are down in the bottom of the ravine. What I've done here, I'm just trying to get, we, the public, did not get the detail, excuse me, the detail by mail 4 days ago that has been presented here tonight. So I was reacting to what was sent to all the neighbors in the mail 4 days ago. I am not very good at Photoshop, but I wanted to show you some pictures that just to get a confirmation of what these plans show graphically, because there were no photographs in the material that was sent to us. The above picture, top, is the existing bridge. And what I did is, with an X-Acto knife and a few other things, put in, on top of that, a spandrel bridge that is semi-closed and also open on the sides. And it was the only picture that sort of had the same angle and everything else. So I thought that was a good comparison for everyone to see in their minds of how this would look with one big span, as opposed to, which you can hardly see in the top picture, the three spans which close off the view a little bit. And it's interesting from that angle, it does close off the view of the city dump that's on the other side of the bridge on the south side, where they just did a landfill, finally took out the aluminum reflector so Tony could build his wall, but there was just nothing but junk down there and weeds and everything else. With this new bridge, if it's one big span, the view could be right into that dump. So I think that might be under consideration for appropriateness.
What they used to do.
The other thing that wasn't shown in the plans that were sent to the neighbors was where the existing bridge is underneath, or the pathway of the existing bridge, to the expanded bridge. And what you see here is looking from above, obviously on their plan, and I just wanted to confirm that that's about a 6-foot, 8-foot extension to the west of the existing bridge. Is that pretty accurate?
It is, although, to be clear, these sketches are not the plan.
I understand. That's all we had to get, that's all we get to go. I know you guys have other plans, but we don't get.
And yet, part of our
So this very crude strip shows to the west of the bridge the extension or the amount of mass that would be extended to the west to conform with the plan or the sketch under consideration from the engineering. It was interesting when you said there would be no more, any more disturbance of the ravine with the new plan, except you show side abutments of cement that would go in on the top and the bottom of that yellow extension, which would be the new sidewalk. And those are very steep slopes, and those are in the ravine. And we as homeowners can barely walk in our own ravines. But I think you should consider the disturbance that you give to the ravine and look at the ravine ordinance in pairing with this plan, because it could be some more damage than you expect. Is that visible?
Yeah.
I don't know how to make it any better.
We can see it on our monitors. It's harder on the big screen, but if you look at the little monitor.
Okay, I'll just hold it there. This is looking south from the Long Lake Road, where the existing, thanks, where the existing bridge is, and these are my crude calculations, but what I did is drew in another 8 feet for the sidewalk to move out to the west. And that is shown in the black, just so you have a visual. The interesting part of this is that will crowd some trees. It may not roof them, but there's some big oaks in there, and everybody knows that if you disturb their circumference, you can kill those oaks. So I think it's an interesting thing about, disturbing the ravine. We've got to be careful of what grows there and how well it looks on the bridge. Thank you. You ready for one more?
Sure.
This is the last one, because I think pictures say a lot. This would be looking north, the same concept. That's where the sidewalk would go on the west side by extending roughly 8 feet over where the bridge is now. And it just gives you a visual of what the size and the color and the shape of some of those trees are along that edge, and those would be disturbed and could lose their existence. So I just thought that was a good visual to show. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great shots.
Sorry they're so crude.
Well, we had a
My
spectacular
godson
fall.
Austin is much better at this stuff than I am.
Yeah, great color in the trees there. Who's next? Any other public testimony on this issue? I'm going once, going twice. Okay, I hear no more. So now's an opportunity for us to deliberate. I think the idea here is to collect some comments and appreciate the folks that have come out and talked about this evening. It sounds clearly like the sidewalk on both sides of the bridge might not be such a good idea. So I think they've picked up on that. What other comments do you guys have?
Well, I'm curious to
looks like we got
ask-
one more.
I
Sure.
can maybe just clarify a little bit about why the sidewalk is there.
Yeah, sure.
It's not a sidewalk necessarily for people to walk on intentionally, it's more of a safety issue. Twofold. Every time I've been out there, I've seen people out enjoying Lake Road, walking down the middle of the pavement. There's so little traffic out there that people, it's a very nice street to just stroll along. As an engineer, my concern is somebody crossing the street and a car comes, and when the railing is right against the edge of the pavement, they have no place of refuge. So a sidewalk provides somebody somewhere to go in the chance that a car comes along at night when they can't see them or whatever. That's the kind of stuff that I have to think about.
Sure, sure.
The other issue is that the sidewalk is there as a way to separate the edge of the roadway to the bridge railing. And a bridge railing in itself is not a hazard, but the end of the bridge railing is. And that is an issue that we have to protect, and 99 times out of 100, we do it with guardrail. This situation, we know guardrail is out of the question. So we have to look at ways that we can provide a safer design, not necessarily meeting the letter of the law when it comes to IDOT and what they need for setbacks, for protection, things like that. IDOT is telling us you need about 10 feet. That's what the industry standard is. The way we've got it right now, we're looking at about 7 feet.
When you say 7 feet, that'd be the width of the side?
7 feet from the edge of the traveled
Pavement.
way to the railing.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, so that's a distance that we're starting to get to where it's acceptable. Okay, we're gonna have to go and ask for some variances from IDOT and federal highways on a number of these issues. The closer we move that railing to the road, the harder that argument is to win with those guys. So the sidewalk wasn't just put there just to balance the bridge, or, you know, there are some very specific reasons why we had it. But if the city doesn't want it, then we can take that to our coordination with federal highways and with IDOT and explain to them and see what their thoughts are.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the comments. It helps us understand how you would end up with those on a kind of a standardized design. Nevertheless, I think we're definitely hearing some preferences for making this, I would say, a bridge that has more character and less standardization in terms of execution. Is that a fair kind of way to, you know, wrap up the generalized view? So, how about comments from you guys?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the width of the bridge seems to be kind of an issue here. And so it makes me think of the comment about going back to the State Illinois Historic District or committee or whatever and getting some kind of variance.
Yeah.
Does that apply to this bridge? Can you go back and say this is a historic bridge, we want to keep the same width?
We did a cultural resources review with IDOT. It was one of the first studies that we did. IDOT flagged it and said, you're in a historic district, we're not going to make a decision, you need to talk to the people down in Springfield. So they said, we need you to figure out if you're going to have an adverse effect on this. So we did what they call a Section 106 4F documentation of no adverse impact, and we said the bridge itself is not listed specifically in any of the historic documentation for the historic district. It just happens to be there. And the State Historic Preservation Officer came back and said, you're right, there's nothing about the bridge specifically that we consider historic, but when you're designing the replacement, please be sensitive to the historic character of the area. So as far as they're concerned, we can put back at our discretion, or at your discretion, whatever you guys want, as long as it's in keeping with that character.
But is there a requirement by IDOT that it has to be a certain width, or can you make it that narrow width still?
IDOT, if there's curb, they're going to want a 30-foot pavement. So we're going to go to them and try and get that narrowed down to 22 feet is the plan right now. So we're going to have to, there are a number of variances we're going to be asking for on this bridge, and that's one of them.
Is there any way that we can build a legal bridge within the confines of the existing footprint of the bridge? Is that something that's totally excluded?
The top or the bottom? Are you referring to the top?
Yeah.
Well, the sidewalk right now, you need 5 feet, and that's wide enough for people in wheelchairs to be able to pass each other on the bridge. So the 3.5 foot right there, it's...
What about the baluster height? Can we build a legal bridge with the existing height of the...
No, that's something that they're pretty strict about. The 4-inch gap and then the 42-inch height, that's a safety thing for kids, and that's, they don't really budge on that one.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all agree about the open balusters, though. I mean, replicate that as much as possible.
Well, we can't. He just said that.
Well, I mean,
it's
the
not-
look.
Kids are gonna jump.
You don't
through
want
the
like
holes.
the old railings, you know?
Kathy, how many accidents have been on the bridge over the years? I mean, do you recall any?
I couldn't tell you that. We can certainly
Yeah.
check with our
I mean,
police department and see if there's any record of that.
I mean, I think, you kind of get what you negotiate, right? I mean, I don't think we should rule things out. I think we should be armed with the historic context of the bridge, the safety record, and our preferred design. And if they say, I understand why you want it, I get it, you're Lake Forest, this is historic, but no, you got to conform to 42, then okay. But I think what I would like to see is as much conformity as possible to the existing footprint with a nod to maybe the to the width of the sidewalk, and keep the top as close to what it is, with maybe the sidewalk nod on the wheelchair point that you mentioned. And then underneath, just be sensitive to the feedback we've gotten from the west neighbor, which, is living with that and seeing that, and you guys can look underneath and see what he sees, and try to, to represent that in a structurally sound manner in your design. But I think we don't want to start with the cookie-cutter state solution and then try to whittle it back. We want to start with our Lake Forest solution and then bring it up to them with maybe some nods to their conformity, and then have them say no and us change. I mean, that's at least my preferred method.
And I think we have a good track record of that, right? Because we just heard the Deerpath and Sheridan Bridge, even though that was not a city project, that did have to go through a lot of different safety issues, but it's still a beautiful design and I remember that. I remember that design was
So are we totally on board with tearing it down? Has that been just kind of, where are we in that sort
Well,
of decision?
frankly, it's an interesting question. I think the concept for this evening is to put the issue on the table, see what feedback we got, particularly from the public as well as from Preservation Foundation. I think what we're being told by the city and by the engineers is that you have to do something about it, because it's not a safe condition to maintain this bridge the way it is, right?
Right. I'm just not convinced that it needs to be torn down. I'd like to see some, numbers.
Well, that's
of
why
how much it will cost to restore and how much IDOT's giving us for the new
Well,
bridge.
but we asked that question. That was the first question that I asked, which was, can I just repair this bridge? And so the answer is no, you can rebuild the bridge, or you can, but if we rebuilt the bridge, I'm assuming we face all of the same obstacles with respect to sidewalks and rail heights and everything else. We just can't, just because we're rebuilding it without, we still have to have those questions.
I thought the answer was we could repair it, but it would be too expensive. That was the answer that I got when I asked the question.
Well, let's ask it again.
Yeah, I mean, if it were truly a historic component of the community and it needed to stay, we could figure out a way to repair it. But looking at the condition of the bridge and how old it is, and past track records with trying to keep old bridges, we can repair it now, but that doesn't mean it won't need the same degree of repair in 10 years. It's reached the end of its life, and it's going to be a constant, ongoing maintenance nightmare. They repaired it in '78, and it's, right back to the point that it was. So the next time around, it may not last 30 years, it may last 15 years, no matter what we try to do to it.
Yeah. I sense that there's an economic issue at work here, which we're normally not overwrought about. because it's not part of what we can consider as a commission. We're not entitled to consider the economic ramifications of design. It's an interesting concept, but we can't do it. On the other hand, you, of course, have to do that, and the city has to do that with every project that they do. So it's, I'm sure it's a constraint that you guys are facing. But, I think the direction, or at least the opinion here from some of the chairmen, and probably more than one, is that, gee, it'd be nice to understand if that's a real option, and if you did, what that might cost and how long that might last. And, maybe it's, not necessarily the kind of thing we normally consider, but it's certainly the kind of thing you can consider and the city can consider. And it may be that it just is, a non-starter because it costs as much as a new bridge and it only lasts 10 years. But, at least if you explored that and understand that, folks could act on that.
Yeah. And then for our commission, I mean, don't we, Kathy, shouldn't we really use the demolition criteria as a guide for this structure, just like a home, in terms of?
I think the difference in this case is that we know that there's no end to the life of a home. We can make it continue to last and last and last, whereas this is going to fail at some point. Someone's going to, we can't tell them, no, you can't tear this down. The city has an obligation to keep a safe transportation system at work. And so, I'm assuming then that they're not just doing this for fun, that they've determined they got to do something here.
Well, people are still crossing it. I mean, I don't know what the 33 means.
That's
a whole that's a whole nother wormhole, right? What's the 33? How do you score it? How statistically significant is this? How precise? I mean, 33 sounds pretty bad, right? It gets you back to high school. But I mean, we don't know what that means and how it works. And that to me is really the salvage question, to your point.
Fair enough,
I just don't think we have enough information.
Yeah, well, we're not, all we're doing is providing feedback to the city. We're not acting on anything. So those are good questions and good points, I think. Anybody else have a comment for the folks?
I have a comment, which would be if, in fact, this bridge needs to be removed, then it, based on what people have said so far, it would seem to be best if it was, if that's the case, if safety requires that it be removed, and then probably what would be best would be to replace it with something that looks as much like it as possible, based on what neighbors have been saying. But from my standpoint, I would certainly believe that it would be best to adhere to all modern safety standards, because I think everyone would feel terrible if something unfortunate happened as a result of cutting back on current safety guidelines.
So unless there's any other burning comments, I think I will adjourn the topic. But I would encourage folks at home who are listening to this, folks who are here tonight, if you have more comments for Kathy or for the foundation or for the engineering department, send them to Kathy and she'll make sure that they get them. And we appreciate your interest. Kathy?
Can I just summarize what I think I heard, just so we're giving some clear direction? I think I heard that the commission would like some further information explaining explaining better why the existing bridge cannot be repaired. I heard questions about what would it take, what would it mean, would a repaired bridge need to meet some of the same standards, how long would it last? Even though cost is not your option, it certainly might be good to have that in a brief report that the city council could consider. So I heard that as one piece. I think the second piece I heard is that if in fact replacement is justified and we need to move forward in that direction, then all efforts should be made to try and replicate the bridge to the extent possible while taking into account modern safety needs and
I would say reasonable safety needs, because we know that there's some latitude within the design of the bridge that that might reflect those. And I think part of that could include, the track record for what happens on that bridge, over the past 10 years, what the normal speed is, what those kinds of things. Because IDOT doesn't understand that when they design a bridge, they just know that they want the railing as far away from the moving car as possible. So reasonable safety, yeah.
And then I would just say that as we step into the design process, I would suggest that we do keep the commission apprised, and the neighbors, the garden club, the Preservation Foundation apprised of how the design is progressing. So maybe, I don't know exactly, but perhaps 4 months from now, we come back, give a report, let you know the status, tell you what direction we're moving in, so that we keep you informed and not just come back to you at the end of the design phase.
That's great. I think that that's a good process. We've done that a number of times on some of these, public items, and it affords the public more opportunity to kind of get some daily feedback or, periodic feedback into your decision loop. Kathy, I have to ask a question. Will we actually at some point make a formal action on this?
You will. This is a structure. It's in the historic district, so you will ultimately need to approve a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
However, unlike many of your actions, ultimately the city council will make a decision on this. This will require the expenditure of city funds.
I think it's the first bridge in 6 years that I've seen.
So your, any action from the commission would be advisory or a recommendation to the city council.
All right, very good. Thank you for everybody's input on that and for folks coming out who had comments. Our next petition is going to be a presentation of, a consideration of a request for Certificate of Appropriateness approving exterior restoration of the Deerpath Inn located at 255 Illinois Road. I'll ask if anyone on the commission has any conflict on this. No. I see none, so when you're ready, come on up and tell us what you're doing and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Mark Nauer. Kathy, can we get the back up and running here? Okay. There we go. Okay. Hello, my name is Mark Nauer. Is everyone ready? Okay.
Good.
President of Nauer Incorporated. We're the architects for the remodeling and the restoration of the Deerpath Inn. This is a team effort. We as hotel architects are not experts in the restoration and the historic preservation. So we've compiled a sort of the A team here of architects to preserve the building and to restore the existing building. The consulting architects, and two of them are here today, one Steve Wright with Wright Hirma, and I'm sure many of you know him. The preservation architect is Harbaugh, and Gunny Harbaugh is here as well. We have a restoration architect on the team as well, and that is Klein Hoffman. They are also looking at the existing structure of the buildings and the facades. And then we also have landscape architects as part of this team, Craig Bergman and his landscape team right over on Waukegan Road. Craig's not with us tonight, and will be back here, I'm sure, at some point in time with all of his designs to make the landscape and hardscape even better than it ever was. So as we go through this, in your packets, we put together a description of the work that we're proposing, all the way from the windows through the signage and everything in between here. So let's just start with the windows as we go through this, and we'll start taking a look at some of the exterior elevations. We're all familiar with the top elevation, which is the Illinois Street facade. And if you look at this facade, it's interesting to note that there are three distinct sections of the building. The east side is all stucco with some very little masonry detailing. The center section, which is really the money shot here, if you will, which are the two gabled ends and the center section, which has some very distinct windows. And then the west side, which is mostly hidden by the condos that were built in the 90s, and that's the masonry side. So there's been some conversation that there was a fire there at some point in time, and some of that was rebuilt and with masonry, and I'm not absolutely sure about that. The second elevation is the Bank Lane elevation, which is predominantly stucco with some faux half timbering, and that elevation, the left side of that elevation is an early 90s addition of Windsor Hall. The bottom elevation is the south elevation, which shows the back side, if you will, of Windsor Hall, the courtyard in the center, and the masonry west part of the building itself. This next set of elevations, the top elevation is the west elevation, which is the masonry elevation that the condos get to look at all the time. That's one of the most beautiful elevations of the building. The other three are the courtyard elevations, the east side being predominantly stucco and half timbering, faux half timber, and the west elevation being masonry, and then the center section showing a new conservatory that we're proposing in lieu of the lean-to garden room that's there today. So let's get into this in a little bit more detail. The windows themselves are all steel casement windows. In looking at the building, it looks like a random hodgepodge, but there was really, Stanley Anderson put a lot of thought into the windows when he designed the building, and they are a variation on a theme. They're all 2 lights over 3 or 2 over 4, some with transoms, some without. 1, 2, 3, and 4 casements wide or sashes wide, and arranged in a variety of patterns. So all of these windows are original. Some have been modified, and we'll take a look at that. There are 2 glazing systems. One is just a very simple putty glazing system, and the other are a lead came diamond pattern window systems in the center gable, the double gabled section. The gabled, if we look at these a little bit more closely, and these may be dark, so the standard windows with standard glazing on the left side, the leaded cames in the lattice diamond pattern on the right, all will be restored to their original operating order and original look. The cames will be removed, rebuilt, replaced by an art glass conservator, and the others will be some refinished in place, some have to be removed and rebuilt based on their condition. But for the most part, they're really in good condition. You can see that they're in the photo, and I'll write here. There have been, over the years, air conditioning units installed in a lot of these windows. The lead lattice cames have been removed in some. Acrylic windows have been, so all of these would be restored to their original condition. And I can go into this in lots more detail if anyone has any questions, but I know I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to go through a lot of detail very quickly. Doors and hardware. All the doors remain, all the hardware remains. They will be refinished and some old locks replaced, but for the most part, what you see is what you get, and it will, except it will look new and be repaired and refinished as necessary. Masonry, there are 2 types of masonry on the building itself, and we tried to find a photograph that showed both. It was hard to. The stone is a very rough set stone and limestone mortar, and it's actually in quite good condition, and it will remain and just be restored. The brick itself is in less good condition. It has a red mortar, and some of that over the years has dried out and fallen out, and so be repointed. The sills are brick, and there's stone coping. Some of that is also in less good condition and will be restored and replaced, all with the same materials. The wood trim and faux half timber. This photo you're going to see it quite a few times here because it has a lot of components that we need to take a look at. There is wood trim on the building. The faux timbering or half timber, all to be refinished and restored as required. Here's more of that faux half timber. Stucco, two types of stucco in the building. Cementitious stucco on the original and ephes on the 1990s addition. The cementitious stucco is in good shape. There are components or areas of the ephes that have been repaired and some that will need to be repaired again, and we will repair those. The coloration of the ephes is slightly different, and so we're also proposing to recolor it so that it matches the old part of the building better than it does today. Dormers. See, I told you you'd see this photo again. So there are presently a series of dormers and skylights in the clay roof structure. These are, what you're looking at here is the existing or the original dormer, and these provide light and ventilation for the guest rooms on the third floor that are in this gabled space. What we're proposing is to replace the skylights that were added at some point in time, we don't know when, and you can see them here in this photo, to replace the skylights with dormers. And here, you need to look at this one closely because this is pretty cool. I didn't do this. There they are.
Oh.
Bam. Okay. So the idea is that they will all look the same and be the same dormers. Now, we're not proposing at this high elevation to replace these windows with single glazed windows. We are proposing to replace these windows or add windows that are still steel frame that match the old casement windows, still divided light, but would be thermally broken and thermopane for the comfort of the guests. One of the things that I didn't mention is that in the window restoration, today there are a series of different vintage storm windows on the inside. They were all house built by the carpenter on staff, some more effective than others, and we are looking at replacing all of those with a proper storm window system on the inside that is, instead of wood and of all different styles and vintages, that is a proper metal painted to match these windows storm system on the inside, operable so that we can maintain the windows and so that the guests can operate the windows in the guest rooms themselves. So I'm going to do this one more time, though, because I thought this is pretty cool. There we go. Okay. So where are they? So those dormers, those new dormers, if you look at the street facade, we're proposing to add one, and that is on the Bank Lane side, and you can see it right here. That's above the bar entrance, right across from the parking lot. On the rest of them would all be either on the condo courtyard, which is the three on the top, or the 4 on the inner courtyard of the inn itself, and they're all circled obviously in red there. Roofing. We have 2 roof systems. We have a clay tile roof system. Oh, here's this picture again. And it is in disrepair. So there are some missing tiles. They will be replaced with light clay tiles. The roof system will be cleaned and restored to its original look. The other roofing systems are flat roofs. They will all be replaced, and they are the flat roofs that no one sees up on top behind these mansards that face the street and also face much of the courtyard. Copper metals. So there are a lot of copper metals on the building. Some of that have been replaced with not copper metal. Those will be removed, and so the intent here is to replace all of the copper gutters, conductor boxes, downspouts, every copper flashing to create a waterproof system and a way to remove all of the water. The conductor boxes will match the existing ones on the building that are here. Some of them, someone has tried to fabricate them over the years. Those will be removed. They've been painted to look like copper. All of those will be removed, and proper copper gutters and downspouts. So we will see a little bright copper for a few years, but it'll all have great integrity. Garden room replacements. So today, in the courtyard, there is a garden room that looks like this. The roof line bifurcates 4 arched windows that are the main windows of the south side of the English room. So we're looking at removing this completely. It leaks. It doesn't have structural integrity. The windows don't operate anymore. And I can go on and on and on. And it's an uninviting space, as we all know, of anyone who's been there. So these 4 windows and door systems with the same diagonal lead came glazing systems will all be restored. They will now be inside the building, as we're proposing here. And you can see the rest of the lean-to garden structure that's there today. We're looking at replacing it with a conservatory designed and built by a premier English conservatory manufacturer in England. I forget their name.
Town and Country.
Town and Country, thank you. I'm glad you know, right. And as part of this, we're looking at a planted roof, parapets, and Craig Bergman will come up with great planting there that would be irrigated and give us this green look above the garden conservatory itself. So this was our original sketch. Oops. Okay. Sorry about that one. That was loading it into here. This is the final sketch. You know what? I may be able to go in and do this. Okay, well, distorted it. We'll fix that. That look better? There we go. It's a little out of proportion, but looks a lot better than it did sideways. So this is the new proposed conservatory with a detailing, again, using the leaded glass diagonal lattice caming, and it would have a sloped glass roof as well. And here's the section through it. Sorry, I can go back and rotate that as well. It's going to be close enough. We're moving on. And if you can see this, so there is an area for planting, and again, this got out of scale, but you can see here behind the decorative finials, and then there's an area to house air handlers and the slope glazing, gutters. There are a couple of columns in this space to support all of that. And then this is the existing door and arched opening with all of the decorative glazing in it. So all of that will now be inside and protected. So this is a quick sketch of what that would look like. Awnings and frames, the canopy over the entrance, we're proposing that it stays. We're going to repair it. It has some bent posts, those will be replaced, new lighting, new heaters, and replace the awning with sunbrellas, alpine, the dark green that you see around town. And then lastly, the signage. You're going to be the first to see this. This is the new sign, getting rid of the Old English lettering, which no one can read, no one's ever been able to read, especially if you're trying to navigate through the halls of the hotel. So this is the new font, reinforcing that the property was established in 1929, and then utilizing this medallion, which is inside in the stairwells and historic within the property itself, and utilizing it as the icon for the inn. And then putting a new sign face on the old sign that's there today. So what we're proposing is utilizing the existing signs and replacing those sign faces with the new font so everyone can read it. That's it. Is that 10 minutes?
Just about.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Nice presentation. Kathy, do we have a staff report on this one?
A few comments. This project is much like the Market Square project that you recently saw some initial phases of. You've seen work underway, and in the spring you'll see, or maybe earlier than the spring, you'll see some additional phases of that project. This is the same type of work. I think as a community we're very lucky that there is a new owner of the Deerpath Inn. And although Mr. Nauer didn't speak to it, and it's not under your purview, the interior renovation that is that will occur along with this is very significant. It will actually require that the Deerpath Inn be closed for a number of months. But work that needs to be done to really make this a vital continued landmark in our community. The recommendation in the staff report tonight is to approve what we see as phase one of this work, which includes the exterior renovation. We're actually seeing a couple things tonight with respect to details on the conservatory that will replace the garden room, the signage and the awnings that we really didn't have much information on. We would suggest that those pieces, we probably want to work with the team a little bit more, get some further detail. We would have to present some different findings to you with respect to those elements. Certainly, I think they're all moving in a direction consistent with the ordinance, but to get this moving, and as a first phase, we do recommend that you approve the restoration work as presented. You do have some conditions that are, again, similar to Market Square, where we would work with the project team to do mock-ups where appropriate. I'm sure that as they get into doing some work, they're going to find some things that they haven't yet found and will need to discuss and be communicating. So we do recommend approval. You have findings in support of the restoration work, and then we'll come back to you as soon as possible with details on the remaining elements. And I will add that landscaping will also be part of the information that comes back to you for action at a later date.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Now it's an opportunity for questions if anyone has any questions.
I take it that part of your restoration of the stucco and the masonry is requiring you to take all the ivy off the buildings, right?
We hope not. And we're working with Craig on, Bergman on how to do that. The stucco is actually in pretty good shape. And where the ivy is growing today, in the courtyard especially, and on the Illinois elevation, that's the color that we would like all the rest of the stucco to be. So we have strict orders not to tear it all off the building, because we don't want to, when it reopens, to make it look like it's just been built. Part of the great, the history of it is all of that, is the ivy, so.
Good.
I have a question.
Very impressive job.
You mentioned new lighting around the entry. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, what we're proposing is just lighting under the canopy itself from a safety point of view to light the walkway. We're not proposing any other lighting on the building. There are street lights out in front that are city street lights. There happens to be a lantern on the front of the awning that is probably not the prettiest lantern we've ever seen in our lives, and we're proposing not to have the lantern there. So less is more in this particular.
Thank you.
I have a question on the stucco.
Yes.
So on the original building, you have real cement stucco.
Correct.
Yay. But on Windsor Hall, and I don't know how that ever got approved, Steve, right? That you don't have real stucco. On Windsor Hall, that's fake stucco, right?
It's EFIS. Yes, it's an exterior insulating finish system.
So did you ever consider replacing that? Because it's funny, because it seems like the Windsor Hall stucco is in worse condition than the original stucco, according to your presentation, right?
Yeah, there are some areas that do need to be repaired. There's
So
no question.
would you ever
But we've
replace
never
it?
considered replacing all of it, tearing it off the building and rebuilding it. And that's
It's too expensive.
for the most part, it's in pretty good shape. There are some areas, especially around gutters and downspouts, where there's been damming and ice forming that it has. But unlike other EFIS systems that were installed during the early 90s, this one's actually pretty good. So it does have, the necessary, this is not my area of expertise, but weeping and breathing and all the other stuff that it needs to do. So yes, we did not consider replacing, tearing it off and replacing all of it.
Because the color is so different between the two.
That, we are absolutely going to recolor it, which there are systems to do that today, so that it all looks the same.
So is that an ongoing?
It's a more mustard color than the tan
Yeah,
on the
it's
building.
because it's not the same real
We agree
stucco.
with
You couldn't do it in bits and pieces, like take a little bit off and put the real stuff? It's just, that's why we don't approve that stuff anymore, right? So,
Because of the color?
well, just it doesn't wear, it doesn't have the right patina, it doesn't look like real stucco after several years, so.
A topic for another day, I think.
Yeah. I know.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. And then I had a question on, you did mention anything about the chimney caps.
Oh, yes. So there are a couple of chimney caps on the chimneys. There are also some buttresses on the building with caps on them. Some have caps, some don't have caps. So the idea is to, again, replace that which is either missing or in disrepair with, in the case of a clay chimney cap, with one that matches the others, and in the case of a buttress cap, which are stone in some cases, with a new stone buttress cap that would match the old, have the same chiseled look. So the idea is that it's completely seamless and that it'll look as it did in 1929. And that's the goal.
Okay, thank you.
I had a quick question about the provision for the air movers on the brunch conservatory. Are those going to be visible when flowers aren't on running across the top, or will they always be hidden?
They will always be hidden. So they will always be behind the parapet. So, and really, we're looking at it as a split system. It's not a rooftop unit. It's not a large air handler. It's a condensing unit. And the actual air handler will be in the ceiling space underneath it for both the English room and the garden room itself. So we also have guest rooms above.
Yeah.
So we don't want the air handlers on the roof annoying the people in those guest rooms. The fan will be bad enough.
Any other questions for the petitioner or for the staff? I'll ask if there's any public testimony on this topic. And I see none, so we can deliberate if anybody's got any deliberations.
Looks great.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah. Exciting.
Hard to complain.
Yeah.
Looks like a very exciting project. All right, I'll ask if there's a motion.
I've prepared one.
I'll listen to it.
Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated November 19th, 2014, which document that the project complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings. I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving the restoration work to be undertaken by the petitioner as detailed on the plans presented to the commission for the Deerpath Inn property located at 255 Deerpath Road, and condition its approval on the 3 conditions of approval enumerated on page 2 of the applicable staff report.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Athenson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, great, good stuff. Nice project. Look forward to getting into that. Does anybody need a break? Need a break? We're going to take a 2-minute break in between petitions here, or maybe a 4-minute break, depending on how long the minutes take. So
There might be a line.
So if the next petitioner wants to set up, we'll give you some time. All right, folks, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. If I can find my glasses.
What?
So our next agenda item is a continued consideration for a request for certificate of appropriateness approving demolition of the existing residence at 20 East Laurel Avenue and approving a replacement residence with attached and detached garages, driveway modifications, and a preliminary landscape plan. There's no variances required for this, and I'll ask if any of the commission members have any conflict. No. I see none, so. Nope.
I'm currently working on 2 projects with Orrin Piquel.
All right, and so the question would be, is there any reason why you couldn't rule on, or do you want to sit out on this?
I sat out on the the last presentation.
On the last one? All right.
So I think I can be unbiased, though.
All right, if you want to be unbiased, I think we have enough to overrule you anyway.
I think so.
We'll see how he does. What do you think? All right, so the record shows that there is at least a relationship there, but I think we're good to go on that. So go, please introduce yourself, and we'll carry on.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Don Serber. My wife, Nancy, and I are the owners of the subject property at 20 East Laurel. When we bought this property, our vision is to move in town, first floor master bedroom, our last residence, we hope. We want to move in town, to be close to town, to use the town more, and create a country living within this 1.3 acres. It's a nice piece of land. We want to create this country living, and we're excited about the project. Since our last commission meeting on September 24th, we met with the neighbors on October 8th at 20 East Laurel. Then later in the month, we met with Kathy Griffin by phone and her attorney, Bob O'Donnell. We've listened to our neighbors. We've listened to staff. We've listened to comments from the commission. We have responded, and tonight we'd like to go through those responses. The team is Betsy Williams, the architect, with Piquel, Jeff Cooper, he's with Hager Engineering, and Orrin Piquel of Piquel Builders, and Susan Benjamin. Was a surprise to see you, Susan, so welcome. So that's the team, and we'll get started.
All right, I'm Betsy Williams, architect with Orrin Piquel. I'm going to try to go quickly through this. We have a lot of points, and I trust that if there are questions, you'll have a chance. So as John and Nancy have said, we're going to go through the points, the things we've heard, and our responses to those things. I'll start with the neighbor meetings, because those were important and priorities for us. We heard a concern about existing water on properties to the east that already exists, and our stance is to obviously not contribute to that. In fact, our position is that we're making that situation better. One concern, though, that we took especially to heart was this idea that the thought was within 9 feet, 5 inches of space, could we really berm and screen properly? Our proposal had been that we would, but we wanted to make this better. So we added an additional 5 feet, 5 inches to the west side, berm and swale, or screening and swale area, so that we now have a total of 15 feet between property line on the east and the driveway that is now proposed on the east side, which we'll see more of in a minute. This is just a more full picture diagram of that move that we've made. The project that you saw a month ago is outlined in a faded red. You're now seeing the project moving to the west. I should say that this is oriented north is to your left, south is to your right. You can see how we've dropped the project another 5 feet, 5 inches to the west, which in this case is down on that slide, in response to the neighbors. We also heard a concern about screening. We had at the plan at the top proposed significant screening on that east property line. The drawing below it shows a revised landscape plan with a more intensified screening, particularly in the areas where there's close proximity, in this case for 50 East Laurel. And again, I have a detailed view of that, and we can speak to this in more detail, but we've increased the number of spruce trees in the location that's closest to 50 East Laurel. You can also see just an increase of plants and an increase of depth between Drive and that as a result of the move west. We heard from the commission an interest in documenting the existing house as much as we possibly could, and Susan Benjamin and her team have continued to collect more supporting research, including photos and obituaries and field sketches of the house, which will be a part of the Historical Society. And this is just an indication of a couple of those great shots. The javelin thrower, Olympic winner, and the team that flew the first across the Atlantic flight, our former resident on the far right. From the staff report, we heard a couple of things that we also took to heart. In particular, the notion or the sense of the garages and their height and presence on the site. So we did lower those garages by 3 feet by both reducing the plate height, dropping the plate height slightly, and also dropping the pitch a little bit. So here's our previous view of the garages. Here's the garage that's a dashed line at the top of those showing the former location. And they have in fact dropped. The other significant thing in this drawing is showing we were keeping grade level throughout the garage, which meant that we were building up the grade pretty significantly at the detached garage. We're now dropping the grade to follow the slope, increasing the grade at most 2 feet in that area, but again, much more natural conditions relative to the way it exists now. Here's just a larger view showing that. Again, the grade following the rate that we currently have. This is a better view of those dropped garages from the dashed line down. This was something that we also took to heart, the conversation about the multiple elements and the complexity of that facade. We believe we've simplified that, and we're very excited about it. We've made a wraparound porch so that it plays a less of a prominent role in this elevation, and simplified the dormers and made them more consistent all across that front facade. And I'm noting that again, just the simplification of those dormers. There was an interest in us being a little more specific about materials and simplification of those materials, and now we are committed to clapboard siding and stone in selected areas, such as a few of our bay pieces and the base of the wraparound porch. Again, I made reference to this already, but the overall consistency and simplification of roof forms, consistency about the front with gables, all being shed, combined with that wraparound porch, we think makes for a very, very pleasing elevation, and one that fits the wishes of the Cerbers in terms of the kind of setting they're trying to create here. Then we continue to work to respond. This morning we got more comments, and we feel we've already addressed them, but just to reiterate, there has been some concern about fill at the garage area, and we would maintain that we have already made that significant improvement. And we're, as I said, keeping the pace of the slope of the site the same, raising it slightly so that the two garages can actually be entered at the same level. Accessibility and the future use of this house for the Cerbers for their lifetimes is a high priority, and so certain things like that we've maintained. Our garage on second submittal did not exceed the 25 feet. It still does not. Nothing's changed there. We just want to reiterate that will fit within zoning regulations. Another primary concern, there continues to be an interest in headlights as this drive makes its way through the site. As I've mentioned, we have screened additionally on the east side. Now this plan is oriented correctly north-south. And again, I'll point to this diagram that Jeff Cooper and his engineering team at Hager Engineering has produced, which is, again, an increased distance for planting and for swale work. Another concern, and I think we'll maybe hear a little more about this from others, but I just want to go ahead and put it out on the table. There is concern about how, the proximity of this new project and driveway that is now moved to the east, or proposed to move to the east, and its relationship to the neighbors. In this particular case, the neighbor at 56 East Laurel is concerned about their current view. We're seeing their view from their yard, and we're seeing beyond to the structure that exists now. I would challenge anyone to argue that this is something beautiful to behold and look at. And we propose that, in fact, when this comes down, the result is actually an open place between two very intimately scaled garages that are about the same height as this, but the major distinction is these are no longer second floor bedrooms, which is what you see in this funny addition. So now the neighbor will see actually a void where this odd building is, and a small garage to the left and a small garage to the right, and just roof at that point, no windows, no light. And again, I think we're going to hear a little more from staff report and possibly some neighbor comments about driveway location, stormwater drainage. Jeff is here to speak to that. He and we are very confident that, again, we're accommodating all water and making the situation better. Our landscape architect, Anita Silverman, could not be here tonight, but she wanted to reiterate that when we hear some comments about arborvitae, they can be increased. She will recommend that deciduous trees be added in this area where we have some two parked cars. We also would like to note that that area is really only intended for 2 cars. Again, because of the interest in future accessibility, it's slightly wider than what 2 cars would accommodate, but that is because of an interest in keeping this site and property usable for forever. Okay, that is my piece of it.
My name is Jeff Cooper. I'm with Hager Engineering. We're the land surveyors, and I personally am the design engineer on this job. I'll be brief. They basically asked me to show up to touch on stormwater drainage because we know that's a concern with the adjacent homeowners. Frankly, this one, from my standpoint, it's a pretty straightforward site. The house is essentially going in the same position as the existing house is. The top foundation I'm proposing is the same as the existing house, so drainage patterns generally from north to south, that kind of stuff is going to be maintained. I know the main concern that is going to be discussed here, driveway flipping over to the east and what that does to impervious areas and how much is draining to the east. I am aware that there is a little bit of a drainage issue for the neighbor there to the southeast of our house. Our topo clearly showed that our property as of right now drains straight at them. So if we did nothing, that's going to continue to happen. It drains right at them, and there's some low elevations right at pretty much the northwest corner of that resident. The Cerbers were more than willing to work with this site. I will say, usually when I get involved, I'm the last person. They give me like 2 feet to work with, and that's about it. In this case, they've given us basically, we have 55 feet from the house to the property line. And they were even willing to move that based on our last meeting, and we now have 15 feet from the driveway to the property line, and that detail that Betsy showed earlier shows we have a very large swale going in now and a berm. So in existing conditions, we are draining, this property does drain off, and there's low-lying areas and whatnot. None of the areas from our site will be draining off right now. Mr. Cross is the engineer for the represented the adjacent homeowners, and he provided us with calculations showing, the areas that will drain off, increase in impervious area that will drain that way. I agree with all his numbers, 100%. And we actually took his numbers and just kind of ran it with a 100-year storm event, which is way more than I would usually have to design for with a single-family home, but we just want to be very thorough here. And I came up with a number, a peak flow that would be coming off, and the capacity of the swale we have is about double what we would need to handle all of that area. So put that in perspective, that would be assuming every drop of water basically gets off the property. That's unrealistic. It's going to seep into the ground. So if it did, our swale's enough to handle multiple homes, let alone this one. So just from a stormwater drainage standpoint, I mean, it's my opinion we're going to be improving the drainage for the neighbors, not hindering in any way with relocation of the driveway or anything. They've been more accommodating to really go above and beyond and give me plenty of room to work with, and I'm confident that it'll help things out there.
All right. Anybody else? We got staff report?
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. I won't review all the changes that were made, but I do think you see a petition that considerable work has been done to simplify the house, to eliminate some of the complexities of the design, to clarify the exterior materials, to lower the garages. Toward the back of the site, fill is still proposed, and you do have a condition that as this moves forward to the permit phase, we do want to continue to work to the extent possible to maintain existing grades. Adding 2 feet of fill is significant, even though it's only a garage, and we would continue to focus on that and try and minimize that height. From the perspective of the house staff, the staff report does include findings in support of the design as refined. The concerns that remain primarily have to do with the driveway, and it is a significant change on the site. There is an increase in the setback from the east property line. That 15 feet is significant, and it does allow for a swale, but that swale limits the landscaping that can be put in. The driveway swooping across the site does impact some existing trees. Some of the trees that are identified to be saved could in fact be impacted by some of the change in the water flow, perhaps even as a result of the swale. It's that driveway change that really seems to have a significant impact on those homes to the east. It is a unique situation where the homes to the east are configured in a front lot and a lot in depth. That was a subdivision that was approved, but that creates a very different relationship where you have not backyards to backyards, but primary residence to what will be a driveway, a garage apron, and the garages themselves. So from the staff perspective, we do believe that retaining the driveway in the current location really makes this project work better. The city arborist did carefully review all the information that came in from the start. He was of the opinion that the driveway should remain on the west side. After reviewing the additional information, he continues to take that position. Finally, at the last meeting, Commissioner Travers did request that a condition be added that requires the documentation of the existing house. So there is that condition. You also heard some input from the petitioners about the work they've done to date. We would ask that photo documentation as well as a historical assessment report be submitted to the city, duplicate copies, so we could also put one in the archives of the Historical Society. You do have a recommendation in support of this project with a condition, with a couple conditions, that we continue to deal with the grading, try to minimize any increase in the height of the garages, and with the recommendation that the project be configured to allow the driveway to remain on the west side. Interested in your thoughts and comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So now's an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions.
Can I ask a question of the petitioner?
Sure.
So I think staff just told us that their recommendation is that we approve this petition with the proviso that the driveway shall remain on the west side of the property, which is different than the configuration you've presented. And I was just wondering if that's a condition that would be acceptable to you.
Well, Orrin Piquel, I would like to make an argument for why we designed it this way. Starting with, if you look at the plan, the Cervers wanted to both live in the front yard. It's an extraordinarily large front yard. They wanted to live on the front porch, look out on watching the kids play in the front yard. That is a southeasterly exposure, which is what they love. They love the way the house sits right now. The backyard, they want to have a westerly exposure. It's a northern exposure to the back, so to have the afternoon sun was very important to them. That's why we left the house configuration as it is right now. That's the garages stayed where they were. The house stayed where it was, with one very important exception. I understand it, that people don't like change, okay? But there's an enormous change that took place here that is for the absolute positive. Number one, we're knocking down at least the addition on the back of the house, which is terrible. It's 2 stories, and it's 20 foot closer to the side yard than we are right now. We've moved the house back 20 feet, all the way along that entire yard. 55 feet of side yard is an incredible improvement for both of the residences to the east. The Cervers would like to come across just like we typically would. If we have a home on a huge piece of property like this with an enormous setback, we almost always start the driveway on one side of the site and work our way to the other side, experiencing the site. As you drive in, drop your friends and neighbors off at the front door and continue around to the garages. Absolute typical of how we typically design a house. In this case, we wanted to keep the driveway cut on the west side, where it is today, even though 90% of the drives on the street are on the east side. So right now, what we're doing is what we typically would do. Start on one side of the site, carry on to the east, move across, and drop guests off and have guest parking at the front door and move around to the garage doors on the east. So.
Well, I'll follow up with that. Did you explore options of keeping the driveway on, you know, you typically when we have an issue, we ask you to explore different options to resolve that situation. Did you explore options of keeping the driveway on the west side?
We did. We explored options of flipping the house. We explored options of putting the driveway through the backyard. Currently, the house has a lot of outdoor living on the side yard, so it's really a positive for the Cervers to have a 55-foot side yard as well, because the covered porch is there. But the covered porch where they're going to live is also experiencing the driveway. It's going to be beautiful material, and it's only 12 feet wide. They'd rather have it there than in their backyard. I would ask for a show of hands of anybody who has a driveway in their backyard. And that's what would have to take place if we move the driveway to the west and pull it around to the garages where they exist today. If you look at this particular site plan, the way the house is, there's a lot of asphalt in the backyard currently. And the Cervers, that was not their first choice.
My driveway's in the back.
So,
sorry
about that.
I have a 100-year-old house, so.
Yeah, so you can appreciate the difficult spot we find ourselves in. It's not often that we find a firm recommendation from our staff that we ignore. And so let me just explore that a little bit more, Kathy. The concern, the rationale for recommending that it stay on the west side sounds like it's mostly about plantings. Is that correct? Did I get that right? And then the follow-up to that would be, is there a configuration where, I mean, it seems to me that, and again, I'm having a little trouble reading the plans, but I'm not sure if there's additional room to move the house to the west. It sounded from the civil engineer that there may be. And if the driveway were located further to the west, closer to the house, if you will, would that help alleviate those concerns? So just help take us through a little bit how much that was explored and, you know,
Sure. I think there are a couple reasons for the staff recommendation. There are some important trees on the east side of the site, and although the driveway and the swale kind of meander around them, our city arborist is not sure over the long term whether those will really thrive. So it's tree preservation. It's really looking at the unique relationship between the proposed residence and the two residents directly to the east. And although you have a 15-foot strip, which will now be planting, and a swale, the upkeep of year-round vegetation that would be required to really screen those headlights. The way that driveway is configured, as you're approaching, you're really directing headlights right at that house. And then as you're maneuvering into the garage, you're also impacting some private spaces of the rear house. And I think finally, the fact that there is extensive pavement on this site already, looking at options, and I understand options were looked at the staff level, we really didn't see concepts that really did a thorough job of exploring what those options would mean. It's good to hear they looked at flipping the house and moving the garages, and is there a way that pavement in the rear yard could be minimized if they kept it on the west side? It is just a significant change that really does have impact on the properties to the east and on existing vegetation on the site. So those were the reasons.
Other questions for either the petitioner or the staff?
Just a question for Kathy.
Sounds like there's a quick follow-up. Let me,
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
A very unique site and unique problem. We actually have 5 neighbors. We have 2 on the east, we have 2 on the west. The west, we have 1137 Green Bay, which is the state home that sits right here. Then the old coach house for that estate is actually 18 East Laurel. That is Jeff or Betsy, that's within.
Could I have you use the microphone? I'm sorry to make you do that. There's folks listening at home who otherwise can't hear you, and that's great if there's a pointer. There you go.
Yeah, the issue is, this is a very unique piece of property in that we have 5 neighbors. We've been focused this evening on the 2 neighbors to the east. We have a neighbor to the north, and we have 2 neighbors to the west. The one closest to Laurel is the estate home. The address is 1137 Green Bay. And then directly behind that, very close to our property line, right in that area, is 18 East Laurel. That home, Jeff or Betsy, is it within 7 feet of our driveway now? 8 feet? It's, you almost touch, yeah, it's very, very close. With the driveway coming straight back right now, Betsy, show that. We actually have a detached garage back here at the back. That's coming down. It's falling down. It needs to come down. We take that out. As we come into the driveway at night with our lights, we're shining out directly on the home behind us. So no matter which way we move this driveway, we have issues with headlamps on neighbors, because we have 5 neighbors. Secondly, I think the position of the current house and what we had to deal with, the coach house is the closest neighbor we have to our property line. Betsy, that's, yeah, right in that area. So it made for a number of, do we err on the east side? Do we err on the west side? So it's not an easy issue to deal with. We tried to do the best we could, and we did look at many, many options.
Good. Bob, did you have a comment?
Well, that was part of one of my questions, where were the houses on the west side of the lots, to find out where they were relative to the property line.
Aerial that shows you that pretty well in your package.
I just want to know what the dimensions were. And the second question was, Kathy, was in order to do the drive on the west side, that presumes that you're talking about moving the house towards the east, the whole mass of the house east, right?
Again, we didn't see conceptual plans or studies, alternative studies, but certainly this is a 1.3 acre of property. So there certainly could be some shifting of the house or some further thought given to that issue.
If I could, Kathy, would you be open to considering a different curb cut on the east side of the property to kind of maybe swale to the west a little bit, but then, keep the, the bulk of the configuration? Because I feel like, if I'm the neighbor just to the east, I get it. I mean, a swale or, 365-day coverage, a car is driving right at your house, basically, with headlights, and if the swale is large enough or you have certain levels of planting to screen it all year round, maybe, but it's still kind of going right at you. But if it's just here's my neighbor and he's driving, just past your house a little bit and you can kind of hear the car, but the lights aren't shining right at you, you could maybe accomplish that by seating the curb cut farther to the east and maybe still giving them some room to have a swale into the visitor parking, but you would alleviate the dramatic turn and cut right into the house if that's a concern.
Again, I think looking at studies would be helpful.
But I mean, do you think that's the most intrusive? Because I mean, there's 5 houses around the property. The property's going to be built, and the house is going to be torn down. Mm-hmm. It's like the Rubik's Cube. It's hard to solve, but this seems pretty close. And I mean, it's not like there's direct lights going right into the house farther north to the east, but it seems like the one that's farther south that gets the brunt of that first swale is most negatively impacted. Now, I could be making that up, but I'm just wondering if that's what is driving your thinking.
I think our sense is that both of those houses are impacted, as well as the existing trees that are significant on the east side of the site. I think when you have lots in depth, you have a different relationship. You have relationship of the front of the house or side of the house or private spaces in the house, and you have both guest parking and the apron and the entrance to the garages. So you have a lot of activity going on there. And a lot of it is really focused right along that east property line. So it is the sweep across and the headlights, impact on the trees, the fact that you do need a swale there that's going to limit your planting. You have a number of factors that are coming into play.
Other questions? Folks have questions?
I'm going to switch a little bit to the design and just ask you, I wasn't here at the last minute, and I know you tried some simplification of the design. So just wondering if you would consider a little bit more simplification of maybe those smaller gambrel roofs to maybe like a gable, just to simplify it a little bit more. Or even getting rid of the little swoop on the gambrels just to keep it straight, to get it, simplify it just a little bit more. Because it just seems to stand out so much more than the main mass of the house.
So,
I'm looking at it right now.
yeah, there was quite a bit of background about the style of the house at the last meeting. Commissioner Athenson wasn't there, so maybe you just talk a little bit about the architecture that you were striving for and what the design aesthetic is, and that I think it might help.
Sure.
Yeah. At the last meeting, we had a lot of support for this particular style house, both the gambrel and the swoop on the gambrel, and actually the bell on top of the turret. So, but we did simplify materials on the house. Went to stone and clapboard. We had 3 materials. Actually, it was 2 materials, but we did have a board and batten on the gambrel ends before we got here to this meeting. We believe the swoop on the gambrel is very classic on the gambrel. We had lots of examples at the last meeting of that. This is a style that the Cervers have taken a liking to, and we think that the gambrel entryway and the gambrel on the back of the house as well, the small gambrel, ties in beautifully with the main roof. So, yes, the main roof is a gambrel.
Yeah, I know the main, I thought you were saying you were going more for a Dutch colonial, so,
yeah,
you know, which is pretty simple and, you know, so, just thought that, you know, that you'd want to focus more on the main mass of the gambrel instead of the side ones, and maybe simplifying those gambrels on the side would allow you to do that better, but, because even you look at the porch, you know how the lines are so straight on that porch roof, which is lovely. I love the porch. Just wondering, I don't know, it's just a question I had, if you, when you were simplifying it, if you thought about gables.
We did. We actually, when we redid the gambrel, we lowered it. We changed the board and batten, and we actually looked at taking the swoops off the gambrel, and we felt this looked better. But of course, it's in the eyes of the beholder, and I would leave that to the Cervers, but maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not. So, and I wanted to answer also the question that came up about the driveway and if it moves from the east to the west. We don't have room to put it on the west right now. We'd have to move the house back to the east somewhat, at least 5-7 feet. So, and back to my comment earlier about advantages and disadvantages. I've been in this business for 40 years in the real estate industry, and having a structure further away from you is a great advantage than having something on grade, a driveway in beautiful material. That's my opinion anyway. So.
I just had one more question from Mrs. Benjamin, too, because I love the report that you developed for this property, and it reminded me so much of, you know, the Shirley Paddock, like, log cabin, and where she found a log cabin wrapped in additions, so you couldn't really find the main mass of this house.
Please,
Sure.
thank you.
I mean, it's fascinating history that you came up with. I don't know how you found all this.
The research was fascinating in terms of who we found lived there. You know, that was really the cool part. The house was an enigma. You know, I mean, we walked, Laura, my colleague who's an architect, and I walked through it, and we tried to understand the relationships and when things were built and what style was prevalent, and it came out a question mark. So, I mean, the historical, that's why we put together so much history, because it's rich and it's interesting, but architecturally, it's kind of a mystery, and it kind of doesn't hang together. I mean, the additions aren't sympathetic even, you know, that sort of thing. So.
And it's pretty unusual to not be able to find that main historical.
It is really unusual. You know, we do a lot of this, and it's, I mean, we could date parts, you know, and find clues and a doorbell inside the house. I mean, you know, some real oddities, but when you tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together, you didn't get a picture. And that's sort of unusual, but that was indeed the case. Good history, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, now's an opportunity for the public. If there's any public testimony, do we have any public testimony on this agenda item? Please come on up and introduce yourself. That's great.
Let me just get this thing going here. Okay. Good evening. My name is Steve Cross with Cross Engineering and Associates, and I represent the three property owners immediately to the east of the property. The two, the directly on the east property line, and then the one property, excuse me, further to the east of 56 East Laurel. So it's 50 East Laurel, 56, and 58. We, excuse me, I got a little bit of a sore throat here. We reviewed the original plans that had been submitted by the applicant and provided some brief comments on our kind of conclusion of assessment of the property. And we met with them and presented our conclusions. And ultimately,
concluded that the driveway really should remain on the west side of the property based on the underlying issues that we identified. So we then got a revised set of plans that didn't really address the driveway, just attempted to address some of the underlying issues that we had raised. So we then went and looked much closer at the plans and provided a very detailed memorandum and exhibits to staff, again, reiterating our objection to moving the driveway to the east side of the property and restating that it should remain on the west side of the property. So I'm just going to go through these very briefly here. And I'm just going to start with the existing conditions here, just to kind of restate where, all of the activity, and this is one of the things obviously that hasn't been addressed, is all of the activity currently is on the west side of the property. As Mr. Sober mentioned, the detached garage here, and there is also an attached garage here, and then the parking area that's in this area here. Just before I forget, one of the points that was just raised about the headlights potentially affecting the property further to the north here. This is in the staff report here. I believe he's talking about this house right here, which if you look at it, and this is taken off of the county and the city GIS map, it's not actually in line with the driveway as it would approach that west side of the property. It looks like it's based on this, and I haven't studied it because I just heard this comment now, but it does appear to me that it's actually located west of that lot line already. In addition to that, I'm assuming that that homeowner is already experiencing headlights maneuvering because of the driveways and the garages here anyway. So even if that garage were to be taken down, I don't think there'd be any difference to his conditions there. So what we looked at, this is a view looking from the Cervers driveway straight towards the Hackberry Heritage Tree, which is in the middle here. And you can see this tree line all the way along here. This is the existing mature vegetation that currently exists along that property line. And you can just see, if you look closely in there, and I highlighted it with this yellow line here, that's the Griffin house at 50 East Laurel. So other than kind of, like I say, zooming in and looking very carefully at it, you can see parts of the building there. But essentially, there's some mature vegetation that's screening that property quite nicely at this point in time. And that, all of these trees along here, with the exception of a linden and a 15-inch spruce here, they were all under the 8-inch threshold. However, they were what I consider under the village city's ordinance a cluster of trees greater than 4 inches, and they were not originally identified on the applicant's original plans. They have since been added based on our meeting with them. So based on the current plan, all of those trees are coming down. In addition, this you can't, sorry about the darkness here, but this is the linden tree. It's a nice shaped tree, fairly large. That's in the middle of the proposed driveway, so that is coming down. And again, here is the Griffin house kind of outlined there, kind of through the trees. The proposed site plan, as has been pointed out, I mean, the changing of the activity, the driveway, the noise, the landscapers, the snowplows, the guests coming and going of the Cerbers, the family there, all of that would be moved from this side of the property onto the east side. And you can see here with a depiction of the car, I mean, it is pointing straight at 50 East Laurel there. And whether the driveway is 9 feet away or 15 feet away, that activity, that noise level is still going to be evident along that property line, affecting both 50 East Laurel and 50-60 East Laurel at this point over here. So as far as the headlights concerned, all of those trees that I showed you before are all gone, and we're left with trees that are proposed to be about 10, 12 feet high. They're not going to provide the same kind of screening that we were looking at. We then moved on to the engineering aspect of it and looked at the drainage. As their engineer pointed out, he concurred with these kind of depictions that I have here. Essentially, what we're looking at here is this part of the property currently drains towards 50 East Laurel. You can see this area here that's hatched is the impervious area that currently drains that way. It's about 540 square feet, and there's about 8,000 square feet of area draining towards 50 East Laurel. As he mentioned, it is continuing to drain in a southeasterly direction there. If you go to the after picture, it's a dramatic change. We now have about 4,600 square feet of impervious area that's draining to this location. And I think the thing that's been discussed is that there's a swale that has been designed there that should accommodate all of this. I think it's very misleading how it's been shown in the graphical. It appears that it's a very large ditch and berm in here, but in reality, this red line is what it's really going to be. It's only 5 inches deep, so we're talking about something this deep. And the berm itself, they talk about a berm on this side here. It's labeled right here on the right-hand side. It's 3 inches tall. So this is a very misleading detail here that seems to purport to take care of the drainage along the property line there. And then the other reason why we don't believe that this swale is going to be able to accommodate all of this runoff and not continue to create a wet condition in here, this is the existing 15-inch spruce tree highlighted in yellow. These are the 3 new spruce trees on each side that are proposed. That was part of the change that they just did. These arrows here show the swale coming along here, and it's supposed to be going through. There's definitely a conflict with the proposed trees as well as the existing tree. There is only 10 feet between the center of that tree and the edge of the driveway. And in that distance, they're going to try to cut a swale between there without impacting the roots and hopefully maintain that swale grade throughout the ages from this point on. There's no guarantee that that will work. So my feeling is that all of this additional water is probably going to kill this spruce tree because they don't like to have a change in hydrology. So that's probably going to be impacted and end up dying. And I'm feeling this is going to remain a wet area, which is going to continue to contribute to the wet property on the 50 East Laurel there. So in conclusion, we agree with staff's recommendations with the condition that the driveway be shifted and remain back on the west side of the property there. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Very interesting. Any other public testimony?
I had a question for you. Yeah. I mean, did you agree with the petitioner's engineer's assertion that the swale would have efficacy in the scenario of a 100-year storm in terms of the volume of water and protecting it? Are you disputing that, or are you ostensibly saying that it's going to be tough to get it in there just based on the current configuration of the trees, and it's going to be an accumulation of wetness that may deteriorate it?
Correct, yeah. As far as the actual channel, when you look at the real channel section there, numerically, it's calculated to a correct capacity there. Just to give you a context of that volume of water coming off there, it's about equivalent to a 10 or 12-inch pipe flowing full. So if you can picture a 10 or 12-inch pipe with water gushing out the end of it, it's about 2 cubic feet per second. That's the kind of volume at a 100-year rate. So the swale up in this area here could potentially be graded to work, but once it gets into this area where it's critical, it's not going to work. I just don't see cutting a swale in a 10-foot gap around a mature 15-inch spruce tree and trying to maintain that grade. And then it heads off into this landscaped area here, and it's got to get down to a drain that's somewhere down in here. I just don't see it happening.
Tell us about that drain. That's a catch basin, or?
I believe it's just a small yard drain that's located somewhere down in this area here. So the water has got to travel quite a bit further to get to that point. You know, it's not like it's a grass swale the entire length of the drainage pipe. So I believe that that's just going to pond water here because the berm isn't very tall. It's going to have a lot of topsoil in it, a lot of organics in it. That water is going to sit there. It's going to migrate and wick its way to the east there and just exacerbate that problem. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for our? Great, I appreciate that. Any other public testimony? Please come on up and introduce yourself.
No, I'm okay. I'm Kathy Griffin. I live at 50 East Laurel, so I have the property adjacent to 20 East Laurel. And I have no objection to them taking down the property. I have no objection to the plans. But I do have great concern on the dynamics of that driveway coming east towards my house. I feel like I'm going to have headlights. I feel like I'm going to have snowplows all winter. I'm going to have a lot of activity. One thing that was not mentioned was where the driveway comes up and then it goes into the holding area is right across from my backyard. So I'm going to be sitting in my backyard and I'm going to have cars and activity going on right there. And the other concern I have is the water. On the west side of my house already, it is very damp. Instead of grass growing, I have moss because there is some shade. But I am really concerned on that water coming towards my house. And with the Remington's house in the rear and my house between us, we've lost 11 trees with that ash borer. And so this last spring, first time ever, we had standing water for about 5 weeks on the property that's would be north of mine, between my property and her property, where it abuts. We just had standing water, which we have never had before. So when I look at the proposal for 20 East Laurel, I am really afraid that I am going to have water on my property, and it's going to be an adverse effect on my property, the whole scenario with that driveway on the east side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public testimony? All right, I see none, so now it's an opportunity for us to deliberate. I think there's probably a couple follow-up questions that are worth asking. Kathy, if I could start with asking you this question. If you had an opportunity to look at an alternative where the driveway moved further into the property before it went from the west side of the property to the east side of the property, such that it avoided all of the trees that it currently seems to be impacting. Is there an opportunity that such a scenario could work that would basically aim headlights between the two houses as they approach? It would obviously move the driveway further deeper into the yard and closer to the front of the house. You know, oftentimes we have folks asking for driveways that approach the front of the house, you know, for other reasons. And just curious if that scenario was considered or if that has any merit to be considered.
I think, and I'm not sure I
And
envision
before you answer
exactly what you're
that,
saying.
the reason I'm asking that question is I'm sensing that there's not a plan that we could act on and approve with the condition that you've designed, because we don't know what that plan is. And so I'm less inclined to personally support a motion to pass it even as you've designed it without seeing what it is that I'm passing. I'm thinking that, and I'm trying to pound the ground a little bit to see if there's alternatives that either need to be considered or haven't been considered, because I don't think it might not be in anyone's interest to either turn this down or to pass a motion that the petitioner doesn't really support.
Maybe it needs to be continued.
Right, and so that, my sense is that a continuation might make sense here, but I don't want to just belabor the point if there's no point to, if no one's interested in looking at real alternatives. From an engineering point, I see what everybody's talking about, but at the same time, it seems like there could be a way to deal with the water. We frequently punt that to the engineers anyway, and so I'm not sure if that's the complete stumbling block that it's painted as. I do think that I certainly respect the position of the existing neighbors, that they have an existing condition that has evolved over time, and that now all of a sudden they're going to be impacted by something, and I think that's a rational thing for us to be aware of and to be considering, and we're all sensitive to that because we all have houses and we don't want to have guys do bad things to our houses. So what do you think? Do you have any follow-up for me?
There is a significant tree that is very close to the southeast corner of the house that the driveway right now is designed to go around, although whether it would over time impact that tree. I think in your scenario, if you move the driveway closer to the house, I do think that tree would likely be impacted.
I was going to move it way past that tree towards the house.
Again, I think looking at alternatives is certainly a good thing. I agree with you that the drainage can be addressed, but in this case, because you're approaching that east property line, which is the direction the water flows, you have a conflict, an inherent conflict between addressing the drainage properly and providing enough area for screening.
Fair enough.
Because you are going to lose much of the existing vegetation there, and planting a row of new trees that may or may not thrive next to a swale, once it's there, it's there.
Well, let me just throw it out to the petitioner for just a quick reaction, because I might be all wet here, nobody else is talking, so tell me if I am. But, I think our preference would be to see a plan that the staff supports that doesn't include a condition that leaves us blind as to what we're actually approving. And so, what do you think? You think that there's room for exploring some further options on this with the staff? We should continue that, or would you prefer us to just act on the motion as it's been presented, come hell or high water?
First of all, the first time through this, so I'm not sure I fully understand your process, but let me make a recommendation. Could you approve the demolition and the structure tonight?
That we will not do.
The driveway is the real issue.
Yeah.
There's some new information, at least at a level that I have not processed until tonight, and that is Kathy's explanation of how much water she now has standing. So we must have some standing water on our side of the property. If we move the driveway to the west side, we still have that issue.
Yeah.
We thought we'd solved it. Jeff convinced us that with the current plan, we would have that 100-year storm taken care of. I'm not sure I understand the rebuttal, but we definitely have some work to do. So my thought is, if I'm getting older, I'd like to proceed with this project. You've had this project for a long time.
Well,
is it possible to approve the demolition in the house and give us 30 days to look at that driveway? We want to move forward with the project. We're willing to make some changes.
Let us debate that for a moment.
Good.
Because actually that's what we're supposed to be doing anyway now, is deliberating. So give us a minute, and we'll come back to you on that. But what do you guys think?
I'm thinking that, there's a significant hardship on the neighbor to the east by moving that driveway. And I look at it as, the burden is really on, the homeowner, because this is a brand-new structure and they can do anything they want. So if you're trying to avoid a hardship on the east, there's many different things you can do within that design to prevent the hardship on the neighbor on the east and keep the driveway on the west, or, to address those issues. It's a new structure. You can, address all those concerns by redesigning the layout, but I think Kathy's right. That's a significant impervious surface across the front lawn, threatening trees, putting, hardships on the neighbors, on their privacy and activity. That's a lot of negative.
So you're to cut to the chase, your position would be either continue the petition so we can see what we're acting on, or support Kathy's solution, which is if the petition could go forward if the driveway were to stay on the west side.
I think we should. My opinion would be there's some new information that was presented tonight. There's a lot of things flying around here. I don't think we're at a point where we can really approve anything because there's some new stuff that everyone needs to absorb and address. I would like to see it continue to address that.
What about the rest of you folks? What's your
I'm trying to understand why this whole thing can't be solved, with the headlights, with more vegetation, trees, or fencing. They're just headlights. I don't know.
But there's also impact on the trees on the front.
Right.
There's,
that can be moved,
activity.
But I think the bigger issue was the headlights, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're a little less sensitive to the to the debate.
I really think that, some nice big fir trees and maybe a fencing variance would solve the whole thing.
Jim, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think, there were a couple, there's one comment that was made tonight that's a truism on every petition that we ever consider, and it's nobody, change is hard, right, for all of us.
Sure.
And so what I'm trying to get, just my head around is it change or does it rise to the level of material change to hardship, which I think Susan had mentioned. And I feel like just listening to Kathy and the homeowners that it's not just the headlights. I mean, it's the level of activity, it's the water, it's the headlights, it's, it's the whole full package, it's the full Monty. And I think, the kind of two nodes of activity, you put yourself on that side of the property, driving in, maybe there's headlights, there's activities of guests coming in here, then there's people going to the two garages and parking, and the headlights stick. I think that's, something that maybe does rise to a level that's just not just, well, change is hard, So that's my personal opinion, and it's a tough call, I think, but I do feel like, and I'm sensitive to the homeowner not wanting a parking area or pavement in their backyard, but, the reality is, if you kept it on the east side and you had a little nice drive court and, you access the two garages that you still liked.
You've lost their whole backyard.
Well, yeah, but you've gained the whole front yard and the side yard to the east, and so I guess, just where does the burden of neighborly design reside? Is it an existing configuration and footprint versus, it's a tough call. I don't think I could, first I want to say I think they did a really, really effective job in listening and identifying the concerns and reaching out to the neighbors, so I want to applaud that. First off, I think that's fantastic, and it's something we should always encourage. So I think that's so great to do, and I applaud you for that. I also really like the way everything is organized to address some of the, the issues and concerns. So, I think it's all going in the right area. I'm probably not ready to approve it the way it is. And if there's I'm open to an option that addresses and tries to mitigate the tree issues and some of the activity points, if it's still going to go in its current configuration, or, gosh, if there's something you could live with on the east side, with a kind of minimalist parking outside and the two garages, I would be happy with that too.
I see a lot of head shaking going on as I'm hearing a few of the folks talk, and I'm generally getting the impression from the commissioners that, so correct me if I'm wrong, that we'd like to either, at best, act on Kathy's condition, or just see this come back to us with some further refinement. Did I get that pretty much right?
Yeah.
Well, my only concern is that putting it on the west side is going to result in some significant changes, possibly flipping the entire house.
Which leaves you uneasy to
Which, yes,
approve this.
And it also opens up the fact that there might have to be discussions then with the west neighbors, because that may raise issues that they're not concerned about now.
So certainly, for things we can do, we can give an indication that demolition doesn't seem to be a topic that we're overwrought with this evening.
Not this evening.
Okay.
We have a few comments.
And so that probably won't be an obstacle in the future. The design of the house, in terms of architecture, while there was some nits that, we could probably point out, I'm not sure that we would stop anything for the design of the house.
No, just consider some things.
Consider some things, maybe some things
Changes
to
have all
talk.
been good.
Yep. And certainly can respect the orientation, solar orientation of the house, and the things you pointed out. It's great stuff. So that leaves us kind of either at an opportunity to continue it, but let me just throw out one other thing, because I have great faith in the staff. There's an alternative course that we could debate, which would be allow them to be approved with the condition that Kathy is designed, and they can always come back and appeal or amend the petition if they find a compromise solution that's better. That would allow them to move down the road and continue to beat up the land, through the design process. And if they can get to a petition that they want to present, they could amend. They could choose to come back to us with an amended petition. Now, what would what that would entail is no substantive changes to this petition other than moving the driveway to the west. The staff would have to administrate that, and we'd have to trust them to administrate that. And that would give them the burden, the luxury of time to design a an amended petition, but that would leave them in the lurch that it may or may not be approved. So, so I'm talking that through because you need to understand that too and decide whether you want to solve this up front with some more time now, or you want to know what we can approve, but know that that could leave you backed into a corner with a solution you may not prefer.
Correct.
So what do you think?
Well, there's an indication or a comment made about straightening the driveway. In fact, two different comments. Leaving it on the east side, but bringing it straight, or possibly having a slight curve from the east side without the lights on Kathy Griffin's house.
But I would
Is
caution you that the concerns are not just headlights. Matter of fact, at least from one of our commissioners, that seems to be her least concern. I think the activity and the loss of the mature landscaping along the east side is also of equal weight. So and so we're hesitant to design a solution for you up here because that just would leave you with a really strange looking house.
Well,
So that's why we prefer if you just come back.
But I
and
guess it
figure out.
boils down to, would we be approved tonight if the driveway was on the west side of the house?
I would have to take a straw poll on that.
Which is essentially staff's recommendation,
Yes.
and I would.
I would
Would?
too. Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't saying that, I just was saying that it's an easy solution to fix with the lights, to do some sort of fencing or,
Yeah.
I don't mind the driveway as it is.
I understand.
I'm just saying that if we did some creative fencing and/or
Right. You wouldn't-
landscaping, the
but-
light issue wouldn't be an issue.
And without putting words in your mouth, I think the petitioner is asking us if he just straightened it along the east side, would that be a better solution or not?
No, that's not what he asked.
Well,
He
no,
asked
no,
whether he
the
put it
real,
on the
the
west
real,
side.
let me reword it. The real question is,
West side.
is the only way we're going to get approval tonight or any night is to have the driveway on the west side? Do we have options to modify the driveway as it's positioned on the east side? If it's a yes to that, then we could go back and do some homework.
I see.
If the message we're getting is, it has to stay on the west side, it's the only way you're going to get approval for this, then we've got another set of issues to deal with.
No, to me, it's okay.
Well, let's do a poll on that.
9 to 5, yeah.
I mean, I think-
Huh?
Let's just go, let's talk through that, each person. I mean,
All
I
right.
think that's a fair
Okay.
question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who wants to start? You want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be 50-50 if you left it on the east side and probably lean to not supporting it, just based on the concerns of the neighbor and the screenage and the drainage. I would feel 100% confidence that there's a west side alternative that you could come up with that I would approve.
I don't think we need to be as drastic as moving it to the west side. I think if we changed the arc, left the water issues to the engineers, which you said we'd like to do, and added some trees for screening and some creative fencing, I think it'd be fine. I don't think we need to move the whole driveway and flip the house. I think that's crazy.
Reach there after.
I like having a backyard that has no driveway in it.
Same.
I mean, I think that's a very strong part of the solution. But, and possibly the wet areas on the southeast can be handled with an engineering solution or some other kind of drainage solution. It's moving running the driveway along the east, trying to avoid the major trees. The discussion is that, maybe that's not going to be a successful approach because of the proximity of the driveway to some of the large trees. So, I mean, that needs to be studied. There's a solution here somewhere, and I would not want to continue.
Well,
Just because, we don't want to drag them.
So you would support the motion as Kathy's
Yes.
designed it? Yeah.
Yeah, I would support the motion as Kathy stated it, moving the driveway to the west. I don't think I would support it on the east.
Okay.
And I certainly would support the motion as Kathy has, motion based on Kathy's recommendation today.
Okay.
I have trouble supporting the driveway on the west without seeing what the ultimate result of that would be.
Well, I think in the motion that's designed, you would see the exact design of this house in the location that it is, relatively close to this location, with the driveway on the west coming to the garage, arriving at the garage just on the other side. And the burden is on us to make sure that the conditions are written around that. And then what that would allow the petitioner would be, if they can live with that, then they can move on and design their house. If they can't live with that, they can not do anything, or they can look to amend their petition in the future. And Kathy, do I have that about right or not?
You do, and can I offer you one other option?
Please.
I
You're always
know
good at that.
the commission doesn't often appoint a subcommittee. This might be a case because you're comfortable with the demolition. You've offered some input on the design, but generally my sense is you're okay with the design of the house. Perhaps a subcommittee of this commission could help to review plans with the driveway on the west side to move that forward with approval without needing to come back. Although there could always be the opportunity, if a solution isn't reached, it could come back.
Right. Fair enough.
I just think it's a shame that if it gets moved to the west side, they'll lose the backyard. I think that's a shame.
Yep. On the other hand, I'm not willing to ignore the advice of my staff on such a important issue. I wouldn't. First of all, I recognize the obstacles to the current location, and so I think there's alternative ways to do it. But it's not our job to design the house for these folks. They have to live with the conclusion. So it doesn't look like I don't see any support for a driveway on the east side at the moment this evening. So our choice, I think, is to continue or to.
Because of the headlights and the drainage.
Staff recommendation and neighbor comments.
Okay, the headlights and the drainage.
lots of trees in the front canopy.
I would be comfortable with Kathy's last solution.
Subcommittee.
Can I offer one more thought, and then I'm done? I think I heard the petitioner or the petitioner's representative mention that the owner wanted to enjoy the front yard living space, and that in fact the driveway would be artfully designed so that would be part of the area to be enjoyed. If that driveway were also artfully designed with appropriate materials in the rear yard, it could serve as both a driveway and as a rear yard amenity.
I would continue. I don't know. I think I would just
So
continue.
I have to ask the homeowner once again, would you prefer more time to devise, to go back to Kathy? We could give you another continuance on this, or we could act, in which case I believe it would be a motion that would include the consideration that the staff's recommended.
If we take the staff recommendation, if we decide we want to come back and appeal, we can do that?
You can file an amended motion, which would usually require you to, solve all of the problems that caused it to go on the west side. Then the staff would review it, and there would be a similar process that there was for this in terms of the submittal, public comment, and all of that. We'd go through that again. Yeah. But yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready?
I would like to understand what Kathy was suggesting, and that was to have a subcommittee. Is
Yeah, I
that
think the
possible?
subcommittee would be for the benefit of the commissioners who are just a little bit uncomfortable giving the staff carte blanche on the location of the driveway on the west side. So that would not be to allow us to change the location back to the east side, but to make sure that the final design of the house hasn't radically changed so much that What that allows you to do, I think, is it gives Kathy a little bit more latitude to make some changes to the house with the oversight of the subcommittee to accommodate that on the west side. So I think it's a good idea. If in the exploration of that with the subcommittee, you come up with an ideal solution on the east side, and particularly one that staff supports, then perhaps it would make sense to come back and amend the petition. But I do think that getting staff support for that is a key, obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take Kathy's suggestion and
I feel like Truman.
Look a little like him today.
All right, I will ask if there's a motion along the lines of what Kathy suggested.
I think I've prepared one if you want me to give it a try.
Thank you. Take that.
Based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated November 19th, 2014, which document that the project is modified by the refinements indicated therein, complies with the standards in Chapter 51, Historic Preservation of the City Code, and incorporating the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner, and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings, I move that the commission, A, grant a certificate of appropriateness approving the demolition of the existing residence and approving a new single-family residence at 20 East Laurel Avenue, consistent with the application and request presented to the commissioners by the petitioner, as modified by the refinements indicated in the applicable staff report, and B, conditions its approval on, 1, the conditions of approval enumerated in the 7 numbered paragraphs on pages 7 and 8 of the applicable staff report, and 2, subject to review of revised plans by a subcommittee appointed by the commission chairman.
Next motion. The motion's been made. Does anybody have any objection to the motion or any question on the motion? It's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Alfe. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Well, good luck with that. I appreciate you talking with all the neighbors. It's a dicey one, and I'm sure it'll be a nice residence when you're done, so we look forward to great things. Thank you. All right, we have one more petition, folks. It's a continued consideration of a request for renewal, extension, and modification of a previously approved certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 595 Circle Lane. This was continued from last session. I think we have a few commissioners. Has anyone not seen this before in either the first session or the second session? So there'll be no conflicts on that, and when you're ready and set up, please bring us up to date on where we left off.
Oh, boy.
You're going to want to get my presentation on the screen.
Sure, no problem. Take your time.
Kathy's help on this. I'm trying to get this presentation off of mine out. It's not coming off.
All right. Need a little help on the changeover if we can.
Yeah, how do I get this one off, Kathy, and put mine on? It's which command to do that? The sources? Right.
Thanks, Kathy. Good evening, Chairman Pairitz, Commissioners. Thanks for coming tonight. My name is John Krasnodebski. I'm the architect for this project, and it's at 595 Circle Lane, and it's a replacement structure, replacement home, and also restoration of some significant historic elements on the site. I'm joined here tonight by our great team, Terry Rozdalski, he's the homeowner, also Bob O'Donnell, attorney, and our historic preservation consultant, Susan Benjamin, and also our masonry historic consultants from U.S. Heritage, Mario Magnicki and Donna Weiss. And so they'll each be speaking about their areas of expertise. So I'm going to touch on the architecture of the home. We were granted a certificate of appropriateness 2 years ago, and we were here more recently 2 weeks ago to present some changes, modifications to what was approved. So I'm going to highlight some of those changes. Some questions were brought about by the commissioners, and so I'm here with some information to answer some of those questions. But first of all, I'd really like to show some appreciation to Terry and his time and effort and dedication to this project. I mean, we were here 2 years ago, but we really started working on this thing like 4 years ago, and so I appreciate his dedication to the project and his dedication of resources to restoring, I think, what is the most important feature of this site, and that is the lake access staircase on the site. I think that is the best, most important feature, and we put all our efforts into doing the best job possible to restore that. And in order to do that restoration, one significant modification we have to make is using that coping from the lily pool to do the best job that we can possibly do. And U.S. Heritage, Mario and Donna will speak to that, and also Susan Benjamin. So moving on to the architecture, it is an Italian Renaissance revival style. We felt that it was very appropriate for the site, since the original estate home was that style, and the staircase shows a lot of indications of that type of architecture. So we feel it's great for a lakefront home. There's other examples in Lake Forest of that architecture, and so I'm going to show you some of the buildings that we found. These are just photos of the streetscape. Here are some photos of the historic elements on the site, some of the conditions of the historic elements. I just took this picture yesterday. This is a very current picture of the front of the home from the street right in front of 595. You can see there's a little bit of a grade change. It goes up and then down, so you really don't see the lily pool from the street. You have to pull in to their driveway next to the house to see it, so I thought that was pretty interesting. So this is a significant influence to the architecture of the home that we're designing. This is a Howard Van Doren Shaw design on Lake Road, 1345 Lake Road. It's Italian Renaissance revival. One of the examples or typical features of Italian Renaissance revival is a simple roof mass, a low sloping hip roof, the use of arches on the first floor, more of a horizontal look to the home, second floor windows that are smaller than the first floor windows. You can see here there's transoms above the first floor windows. Colonnaded front entries are also very typical of the style. A very simple massing. Most of Italian Renaissance architecture is symmetrical in design. Although not tirelessly symmetrical, there are some asymmetric details that give it more interest. I think this one is significant because of this, let's go backwards, this great window. Okay, going the wrong direction. Not good, not good. Come on. How did that go so quickly? Okay. Oh, you laugh now, it's late. Sorry. Okay. Get there. Okay. All right, so that large window that's on the Howard Van Dornshaw home is a feature that we thought would be, really work well with our design. So I'm going to point that out. So that's that arch window on the left side there. So we felt that was a nice feature. So that's one of the windows that we have in our home now. So another feature of Italian Renaissance revival, horizontal banding. So you can see this belt course that's across there. There are significant arches. You can see here's a double height arch window as well. Low sloping hip roofs, large overhangs with bracketed eaves. That's a very significant feature that's incorporated into our design as well. And this is interesting, very symmetrical, columned front entry. This is interesting in that it has a feature that we're incorporating, and that's the wrought iron railings. We explored stone balustering as well, but that, with the current codes, those are very massive and they have to be very closely spaced together. Similar to the bridge concept that we saw earlier today, they're spaced far apart, but if you go closer together, it's a very massive type of feel. We wanted to be able to see through these railings because the views to the lake and to the street are very important. So we felt that since there is a lot of precedent for the wrought iron railings, we were comfortable with that in our design. Another strong influence, this is a Howard Van Dornshaw home on Lake Road as well. This is brick and limestone with a slate roof. So these materials are very similar to the materials we are proposing in our home. This again has a limestone colonnaded entry. I apologize, this thing. Well, it has a brick exterior, which is also common to the Italian Renaissance design. You often see stucco, but we see a lot of precedent for brick. And so the brick that we're designing is a whitewash look to it, so it's going to have some patina and age to it. We are proposing a slate roof as well. And okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Thank you. Okay, here's one last design. So this is an Adler Renaissance home on Lake Road as well, showing some similarities to the project that we're designing. That columned back porch is very similar to the shape and massing and detail of the front porch of our home. You can see the horizontal banding, the low sloping roof, symmetrical design, smaller windows on the second floor versus the first floor windows. This one is brick. This is a whitewashed masonry exterior. Use of shutters, also an important feature. So these are all these 1920s vintage homes that are great examples of Italian Renaissance architecture. We're a strong influence in what we're doing. So on to the features of our home. We are using the coping, any left over, for a water feature at the front of the home. I've got a large site plan on a board in front of you there, and I'll go onto the screen and show you that. So here's the site plan. And one of the, I'll go over some of the changes, highlight some of the changes from our presentation 2 years ago. The underground garage and the ramp access to that underground garage have been eliminated. That was a point of contention, and so I think that feature is no longer, the ramp was on this side of the home, the underground garage was in the courtyard. We did have the lily pool repurposed into a garden on the side of the home, and so since that is very important to use that coping for the restoration of the greatest, best feature on the site, we have more room on site to work with. So instead of a 12-car underground garage, we've dedicated those resources towards the restoration of this great staircase. And in its place, we have put another 3-car attached garage. So now we have 2 wings on either side of the home, and they are spread further apart from where they were before. Before they were more in line with the front of the home, and so since we have the room, we are spreading them apart, give a little more breathing room to the courtyard, and so that's one significant change. And That's about it from a plan standpoint. There was a slight encroachment on the zoning setback in the rear that's been eliminated. So there are no variations that we're asking for on this home, no bulk overages, no height overages, no zoning side yard setback overages, so it's all in conformance. So let's look at it. So this was the previous petition, and you could see the two wings on the front. So now the conservatory is replaced with a similar looking garage. And so that looks like. So this is the new design of the home, and you could see all the features that are described as an influence. So I think it's very true to the style. Some of the questions that were brought up 2 weeks ago by commissioners, one of them was the window. So we feel there is precedent for that. We do like the asymmetrical balance that it offers. So we feel the natural light is going to be great. So we do like that feature. We studied the railings a bit more. We do feel that wrought iron is the best way to go with that for its see-through quality. I've changed the graphics a little bit. They're much darker, a little bit denser. So we're going to go with a lighter wrought iron, so it's a little bit more see-through, not as dense. And I think that design is going to continue to be refined. I'm going to do shop drawings and probably do 100 different iterations of it. But whatever it is, it's going to be appropriate and beautiful for the home. So we're very confident that's a detail we can accommodate. Also, these shutters was a question because we don't have shutters on the other side of these French doors. So our intention there is to have a bifold shutter, and so these will actually have 2 leaves on each side, so that will have enough dimension and mechanism to fully cover the French door in the instance that it ever be done. It'll probably remain open all the time. So that highlights the architecture. I think it answers the questions that were raised about the architecture 2 weeks ago. So I'm going to hand it over. I think we'll start with Susan Benjamin, and she's going to talk about the lily pool.
Hi, I was asked to weigh in on this again. I wrote a report a while back, and in rethinking this, I know, they're tough decisions to make about, 2 features on the property that are both historic. And I gave it a lot of thought. In fact, the water cascade is so significant, and I find it so, the word that came to my mind immediately was enchanting, that I actually went to Villa Lante in Italy. I dragged my husband there on a trip, and I said, I was a judge in the Preservation Awards in Lake Forest, and I saw this thing, this amazing stone hardscape feature that I got to know where it came from. So being a nice guy, he indulged me, and we went. And it is so, when you walk it and you understand the relationships and the progression of space, it's just absolutely remarkable. I rarely use the word unique. It's unique. I don't know of anything else. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It might. But, I think anybody who appreciates fine architecture would look at that and say, this is really incredible. And whether you're talking nationally or internationally, it's just an absolutely stunning and significant work of architecture. So, to me, it just has to be preserved and restored in the absolute best way possible. And then I thought more about the pool, because we did, we talked about, well, can we do this to it? Can we do that to it? And the truth is, there's no there. I mean, it is a pool. It had, I have, wonderful historic photographs that show the statuary, the landscape treatment around it. It was part of a mammoth estate and an integral part. It told an important story. Now it's isolated. It basically says very little. So when you have to make this tough choice about what do you do, and in Mario, he hired a superb expert in masonry restoration, the best I know of. And when you can do the ultimate job of restoration of a feature that is unlike anything else, I don't think that it is important to preserve the pool because it's only just a fragment of itself. It's just something that's left over. And so when you have to make those tough choices, and if I were in your shoes, the choice I would make is just do the most incredible job that you can, and Terry is doing it. And whatever, if there are elements left over that John can integrate into the landscape, that's great. But in the meantime, you have something that is really significant and really special to Lake Forest, to the Chicago area community, and to the world. I mean, it's just that good. So that's how I feel. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Sure. I have questions.
Yeah, you got time for it?
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll have time for questions in a minute.
Okay.
Why don't we see if there's if the rest of your presentation is done or not?
Good evening, Mario McNicky. I was here last month, and I today joined with Dana Weiss. She's my colleague, accredited conservator. We both spend a lot of time studying the features, and we both want to do a best job to preserve the most important features. And when we seen the lake access, we were basically focused on how we can best restore it and where we can find the materials and what technology, what equipment we can use, and there were a lot of questions, and we were very excited to see the material that we can possibly use, and that's the lily pond coping, that it will be the best choice of materials. Dana can show you a bit about the lily pond features right now.
Good evening. Kathy, how do we switch over to the document projector? Oh, thank you. My apologies if you can't see this very well. Historic preservation is what we do. We conserve objects. So when we're considering harvesting objects from a historic feature to save another one, we don't take that lightly. So we look at context, what is there, what isn't there, and what condition it's in. As Mario indicated, we have spent quite a bit of time surveying all of the historic features on the site against the original drawings. There are things in the original drawings that were not produced, and also then marking those up. What is the condition? What can we say? What materials do we have? What do we need to recreate? And what are the most hazardous conditions on site, so we can lay out a plan for Terry and Lori that sort of over time allow us to tackle this really large project. So what you have on screen right now is an original plan of the lily pond. Was actually, as Susan was so eloquently running through, it's part of a larger context of a landscape plan. It connected to a bowling green that was it's off screen, you can't see it, it's not in this plan. But the lily pond had an inner and an outer walkway, it had built-in seating, it had pillared bus on two sides. The only areas of the lily pond that currently exist are the inner ring, which is the pond itself, with the pink marble coping, and then this inner walkway. So when we were looking at it, all of the coping that you see designated in white is coping that is in a state of deterioration, whether it be stone spalling, whether it be a fracture, something of that nature. The red circles that you see in the center were bronze fountains that are currently no longer extant. The lining of the pond was originally marble. It was a marble basin. The marble basin is now gone as well. Our testing on site seemed to indicate that the pond was actually rebuilt at some point, so that the only feature of the pond itself that is historic is actually the coping. And significant, and I can show you a few images in a moment, the brick pavers around in the inner walkway are also part original historic and part replacement. So we've been talking a lot about reusing the coping, but we also have pavers on what we term the lake terraces. that need to be replaced due to spalling, fracturing, deterioration, we would reuse the historic pavers from this walkway around the lily pond as well to recreate missing paved walkways on the lake terraces and to replace deteriorated building fabric. So this is, my apologies for the quality, but this is sort of the context of what is missing. So here you can see this is sort of the inner circle with the bronze statues. The elevation of this paved walkway, which again is some original, some not currently, is actually higher now than it was originally. There's more coping exposed in this image than there is on site. The outer walkway where these pillared busts were no longer exists, and this decorative staircase up to the bowling green no longer exists. This is Mario looking very sad. And so this is, as I was saying, so we have a concrete liner, the marble basin is gone, we have the, the Tennessee pink marble coping, and then we have the pavers. The curbing is in, the outside curbing is in some places there and in some places not. In some places it's concrete, in some places it's stone. It's a bit haphazard. And here's sort of a detail of one of our test samples where we went into the bedding to see if we could figure out, what was in there and how it was relayed, and then some of the curbing, and just sort of the level of, there's different sizes, there's different colorations, there's different conditions, and really sort of where the condition of where this is at today. And this is a detail of, some of the spalling on the Tennessee pink marble, and then the relaying of the pavers. All of the brick pavers in the inner walkway have been reset in concrete. Do you want to add anything to that? No. Okay. Any questions for our team?
No, that's it. Thank you.
I have questions.
Can I wait? Do I have staff report? Thanks.
Just a few comments. At your last meeting, you made several requests. Mr. Krasnodebski respond to some of the questions you raised about primarily the front facade. You asked that we confer with the city attorney, which we did. We asked him the question on whether rescission of the local landmark designation was necessary. He did go back, review the ordinance, review the nomination, and in the ordinance, and I believe I put the language from the ordinance in your staff report, the ordinance speaks to, addresses this property by address, and then speaks to the garden features that remain from the estate. Based on that, the city attorney advised that de-designation is not necessary. In fact, this is adaptive reuse of material from one of the elements to, in fact, meet the intent of the ordinance to preserve for the long term, other garden features on the site. So we did get that response. We did make the previous packets from 2012 available to those members of the commission who wanted to see that again. And you do have a staff recommendation in support of the project as presented. This is a request for renewal, extension, and modification of a previous certificate of appropriateness. I think it is important for you to know that this isn't a case of the property owner simply not pursuing the previous approvals and moving forward. In fact, I don't know that we've ever seen a petition or a property or a certificate of appropriateness for which so much due diligence has been done. The ongoing investigation, the study, the consideration of alternatives that has just not stopped. The petitioner has kept us informed of his work. From the staff perspective, this really is an opportunity to preserve an extraordinary resource on this property, to allow a home that will better relate to that resource. And I think it may be the last best chance to save artifacts on this site. I think with this site, we're almost to a situation where if we don't move forward with some approval, all may be lost. So you do have a recommendation in the staff report for approval. There is a request to modify some of the conditions. I think those modifications are reasonable and workable. My sense is that this project is going to result in much communication between the petitioner and the city staff as it goes forward. So the staff recommendation is in support of the petition as presented.
All right, thanks, Kathy. So there were two commissioners that weren't at the last meeting, so for the benefit of those commissioners, I'll let you know what we did at that meeting. We pretty much heard the same presentation. We talked through a lot of questions specific to some of the history and some of the technical requirements and legal requirements of the proposition here. And then we continued because two of the commissioners hadn't seen it the first time and hadn't had an opportunity to see it. So we wanted them to have an opportunity to read the background and actually go see it, which I think they both had an opportunity to do. So they've caught up to us now. And so now is an opportunity, and I'm glad that we have a full board here, because I think that's good for this petition. So now is an opportunity to ask questions.
I'm sorry. I just had a couple, as you know, I have a very limited thing that I'm sort of focused on.
John, why don't you ask some questions?
A couple questions. So I want to ask a couple questions of the team. And so as I understand what you're proposing to do, it is to entirely remove the reflecting pool, the lily pool at this point. Is that correct? And you will, what will you be doing with it?
The Tennessee pink coping marble is going to be used, a significant portion of it is going to be used to rebuild elements of the lake access staircase that need repair and that are not there. So there are several features as such. And so a significant portion, I think if you go down the numbers, it's more the 40% of the coping, 40 to 50% of that coping is going to be used to create or recreate lost details. And if there are leftover coping, we're going to use that for a water feature at the front of the house. The curved part is going to be, I think, a good material to use for that. So that's, and you can speak to that more about the restoration.
And what about the brick pavers?
Brick pavers as well. Yeah, there's a need for the brick pavers on the terrace, the lake access terrace and staircase, yes.
And what would be your alternative to demolishing this? I mean, it's a locally designated landmark. What would you do if this didn't exist in order to restore?
I can speak to it. So we've already done some research trying to find new Tennessee pink marble to recreate these details on the lake access. And what we found is that it's not a good match. It's a different color, it's a different texture, and the best way to recreate the elements that were lost is to use like-kind material. And so it's the best resource we can imagine to have. So I'm going to let Mario talk about that.
Well, definitely we'll go ahead with the restoration using whatever material that we can source from suppliers. Obviously, we'll be looking of the suppliers that can provide pink marble, and we have already contacted these suppliers. We have seen the samples, and none of them match as well as the material on the site will match. So to answer your question, yes, we will find the materials, but the restoration will not be as superior as will be with the materials that we have on site.
If I could ask another question. A couple times I've heard the comment that there are missing materials here from the original pool. One of the missing materials which have been indicated is the marble floor of the pool. And I should mention that in the original petition for the designation of the Lily Pool as a designated local Lake Forest landmark, it was indicated that the original floor of the reflecting pool was cement material and had been replaced with cement material. And so I was wondering what was the source of your information that there had once been a marble floor here? The original drawings. And the original what?
Shop drawings.
Okay.
Kathy, I have a question for you, just so I'm clear. So was the Lily Pool itself, the physical structure that we're talking about here in the context of this petition, excuse me, was that called out specifically as a historic landmark, or was it the garden features of the entirety of the property?
The nomination spoke to the individual features on the property. The actual language that was approved and put in the ordinance, language approved by the city council, speaks to the garden features as a whole.
So there's no specific designation to this structure. It's not called out, if you will. Like in an insurance policy in a house, you would have to itemize a diamond ring or something to be called out separately. This thing, because we've been referring to it as a historical structure, as a designated landmark, and it doesn't sound like that's accurate. And
Again, the language in the ordinance, and I think I included it in the staff report, the language in the ordinance speaks to garden features on the site. In the nomination, the garden features were detailed, but the language that was adopted and put in the ordinance speaks in general to the garden features on the site. It does not call out any specific garden feature. So what is designated as a local landmark are the garden features in a group on this property.
And of course, in the, if you will, in the insurance application where you're naming what's insured, this was the first thing named in what's insured. Just, I mean, it is one of the garden features. It is part of the historic landmark.
But it's not like it was identified and called out to be preserved at all costs. I mean, I guess we're just trying to get the historical context of it.
I mean,
Yeah, it was.
I think we're kind of splitting the infinitives here. You know, from my point of view, the original intent was to preserve all of the features.
Including the walkway, yeah.
And clearly, we understand that the trade-off here is that we have an opportunity to let them all go away or preserve the supposed more important one. And that's, you know, what we're weighing. I mean, no one here would say that, oh, they didn't really mean to preserve the lily pond.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's in the context of a collection of things on site.
Yeah.
That's all.
Three things.
Yeah.
You know, going back to then, not to belabor the point, but just to move through it real quickly. When I read back in 2012 your very fine report on all of this, something that you really took into account as to why the Lily Pond reflecting pool no longer made sense to preserve at that time, because it wasn't, at that time, was because it was awkwardly located on the subdivided site. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity then to review the material that I believe it was Arthur Miller?
Which material?
In which he talked about the different levels of historicity associated with this, and that the subdivision then of Villa Turcum was undertaken by someone who was himself a master designer of landscapes, and that it was important that that level of historicity would be reviewed.
When did I write that?
That was on November 28th of 2012. It was a pretty long piece.
I don't remember.
Okay.
But when you talk about different levels, yeah, there are different levels of significance within a larger, excuse me, within a larger context. And this was a pretty large context. I mean, there was a lot of, I can show you if you would like, but you probably have seen it. You want to see it? Here.
There's a longer piece of this.
Kind of.
I think it's worth looking at. That was from my report in 2012. You probably, you remember it. Yeah. When you see, there is a hierarchy. And I think especially that the relationships were very important, but, the relationship of the house to that water cascade
Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, that is good.
Is really, it's really, really important, and it remains important, probably become more important when a new structure is set, on access to it, because everything here is axial, and unfortunately, the pool looks like an orphan.
And can you remind me who designed the pool?
Yeah, Charles Platt.
Charles A. Platt.
He designed the whole layout. And he was, he had a big pocketbook, and he did a lot of incredible things. I'm only sad that I never got to see it.
Any other questions for?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I was here in the original petition, and I remember that the pool was, you were having difficulty getting the house you wanted if the pool was there. And that's why you were arguing that you needed to remove the pool. This is a whole different argument now. So I noticed the house seems to be wider now. Now with the elimination of the lily pool, you can make it have a wider house. Sure.
I'm Terry Rosdowski, and I own this property. And I think 2 weeks ago at that meeting, I think Kathy described it very well of what happened to that overall plan that you did approve 2 years ago. It was a forced design. We were trying to please everybody. We were trying to do things that we thought was responsible and that we could do. When it was all finished, it didn't really work. One of the things that happened when we put those the garage element and that conservatory in front of the house, we blocked the windows to some very important rooms. For example, the library was completely blocked. We created a tight courtyard that didn't really work for us. We ended up with an underground garage because the main level garage was so far from the kitchen, one of the builders who was bidding on it referred to it as design flaw. And the more we looked at this thing, it became unlivable. It wasn't something we wanted. So we were really trying to, I think, do what we thought was right, but it didn't work at the end of the day. When we learned more about what was going to be involved in restoring those rear terraces, and I think Mario used the word that it was like a godsend to find this material that had the same patina on it that really could be so well utilized to do this work in a much better level than we anticipated. And one of those things that we learned was that when you do restore or repair chip, broken marble pieces, you would cut a fine line where it's already kind of not a straight line. You'd cut another piece to it and Dutchman it. However, that can in many cases work, but if you've got a natural seam, it's going to use more material, but that's really where you want to put that Dutchman or that connection. So it kind of became clear to us, and actually I could share with you that it wasn't only John who was working this. We also, during this whole process, brought in yet another architect and said, give us some ideas, because we want to make sure we really did explore every opportunity to do this in the best possible way. Susan Benjamin informed us that that lily pool was just a small piece of what was there originally was left over now, but really the most important and unique thing was those back terraces, not that there are other pools like this one on the North Shore, but there's nothing like those terraces that are there in the back of the property. So I hope that answers.
Well, let me ask you this too. So When was the last time this was restored? Do you remember? It was.
I don't know. I don't know.
So I don't think it was that long ago. So going forward, what kind of ongoing maintenance are you going to have? Now you've used all the marble coping. What happens 20 years from now when it needs to be restored again? Then what?
Well, one of the things that we learned is that it was poorly restored. So some of the work wasn't done properly, so it's actually accelerating the deterioration. I'm sorry.
So restored is a very inaccurate word. Like if you've been and walked the terraces, there's concrete parging over limestone.
Right.
Like this is not a restoration. This is a hacket job that happened to that property and that caused much more deterioration to character defining features than you could possibly imagine and added a lot of money to the price tag. And part of some of poor Terry's consternation here is that once we get some of this parging off, we have an unknown dollar amount for what it will cost to fix the stone behind it if it can be salvaged at all. It's a big problem. So there was no restoration there ever. Were there a lot of concrete patches over stone? Was there a lot of stone thrown over the bluff and into the lake? Yes. But there's never been a restoration of this site, ever.
So going forward?
Going forward, replace like with like. Best practices, true historic preservation. That's what U.S. Heritage Group in Marion Restoration does, and that's why we're on the team.
So how are you going to maintain that into the future? Because it won't last
go
forever.
ahead.
Let me add this. The features like this are built to last for hundreds of years. And I have seen features like this all over the world. What happened here was vandalism. Literally, there were ball-sized cannonballs thrown down these waterfalls. They were knocked. The urns were knocked down. The features. So that was more sort of vandalism than natural deterioration. Any structure needs certain amount of maintenance, but if you maintain the structure using sympathetic materials, and when you repair like with like, you have like life expectations. So when we restored these features with the original materials, we have features that will last for hundreds of years with small amount of maintenance. But no restoration was ever completed. There was a band-aid put on, there was patched with cements everywhere, and these features were never cared as they should be cared.
So if you repair it, then you're expected to last.
Yes.
100
But
years.
the key is to repair properly using the materials that are available, would have the same age, came from the same quarry, the same bedding, the same veins. These materials are the best materials that you can ever possibly imagine for this kind of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff or petitioners?
I just have a few questions just about the progression of the plans for the architect, just a few little nitpicky questions. You went from a paneled shutter to a louvered?
They were, I believe, always louvered. That was the
picture.
intention anyways.
Okay. I have
They are
a photo.
louvered. We have found precedents, louvered shutters on some
Paneled.
homes along Lake Road, so we felt that was appropriate.
Okay. And you've changed the coining, but I'm just wondering if it's necessary at all. It makes it look very fancy. Do you want it to be so fancy?
We have reviewed that. We do like the coining. We do enjoy the coining. We think it's a nice break. It's similar in color to the brick, so it is going to be very monochromatic.
Okay.
So we are happy with that little bit of detail. We found that on some of the homes that we've researched. So we do feel it's important. I think it stands out more in the drawing because it's a strong line. I think with a very similar color scheme, it's not going to stand out as much. I did bring some samples if you want to see.
How far will it project out past the
An
brick?
inch, so it's not a big shadow line.
Okay.
We feel it's more of a subtle detail.
Okay. And you've lost the brackets underneath the windows on the first floor. There's a little bracketing detail. and now it's just sort of a straight.
Okay, so bracketing on the first floor windows you're referring to?
Underneath the sills, John, there was
Yeah,
like
there were
a
like these little two little-
corbel under the sill at
Yeah,
at
kind
one
of.
point.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the little Juliet balcony feature.
No.
Yeah, that's a detail that we can incorporate. I don't know if that was on purpose, if that's not there.
Okay. And can you explain the square columns and the circular columns on the front entry? The two outermost are square, and then
Correct.
the
Correct.
two center, then the two are circular?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's done intentionally.
Okay.
We do like that, prefer that overall round. We like the way the corner, the square column does turn a corner. So again, it's something we found in precedents in architecture, so we felt that it is appropriate.
It's a perfect square?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just my questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions for the petitioner or the staff? Now's an opportunity for any public testimony. If there is any, please come on up and introduce yourself.
Good evening, Pauline Moore, 927 Barclay Circle. I'm not sure that my comments really have any relevance to your deliberations tonight, but I just want to get this on the record. The first Howard Van Doren Shaw house that you were shown with the two-story arched window, that was not the original Shaw design. That was added in a major renovation of that home sometime in the 1980s, and it was done by Ralph Falk, and I believe the architect he brought in from New York was David Easton. So I think the original Shaw design needs to be part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Any other public testimony?
I have a couple comments, and can we ask questions, or just?
You can ask us a question, and we can ask a question. after
Okay,
you-
great. I'm Linda Liang, 75 South Asbury Court, and I've loved that property since I was 11 years old, and I've been up and down those stairs many times. And I just want to thank you for your passion about the property and your love for the restoration and to do it properly. It's really wonderful to see someone passionate about it. So I thank you for that. The pool that is in the lake, no one brought up the pool, the chunks of concrete. What's going to happen with that? Oh, you're taking it out?
No, it's already done.
Oh, it is? Some rocks, there's some chunks there.
So we asked that question, I think last week, we talked about it. and
Sorry, I wasn't here.
That's okay, but I think that Mario had the intention of harvesting what he could out of the lake, but it does take quite a while to dry.
It's hard work.
Okay, so, tell you what, any other further comments? I'll let him come up and rebut that question.
I agree with what you're doing, even though I hate to see the lily pond go. It is awkward. And by the way, you can see it from the street, and it does look quite pretty when you don't have that toilet bowl shot. But thank you again, and I'm so appreciative of all the hard work that you're doing, and thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Mario, why don't you give us a quick update on the, what's in the lake? Tell us about that.
I'm a diver, first of all, so I was excited. I still have the thick suit that I once bought because I was diving in Door County. So there is a lot of material in the lake, and that material, part of the material came from the features up above when they were thrown down. And part of the material came from the original pool that doesn't exist anymore. There are big chunks of marble, and we have intention of retrieving all that we can find in the water. Also, we find some material scattered around the site in the trees and bushes, and we will take that also out, and we bring it to our warehouse. We'll dry it over a period of time, and eventually we will use that material to recreate some of the features.
All right, thank you.
And Mario, can I ask you a question? Last time you did a nice job of talking about the projects that you've worked on, and maybe John introduced you. I don't think we've really done your experience justice just in terms of your experience. So I would be curious if you could just talk a little bit more about the projects and.
Sure. As you can hear my accent, I maintain it very well because my client told me that when I speak with the accent, I sound like an expert. So, born in Poland, came with the engineering degree in chemistry, but I fell in love with architecture, and I, since 35 years, restore historic buildings and established U.S. Heritage Group 15 years ago, which actually changed the preservation standards for entire North America. We have revised preservation brief number 2, which is a national standard. I also chair a committee, ASTM, for restoration mortars and restoration of historic structures. My experience is pretty much nationwide. I basically inspect properties, come up with the solutions for buildings around the world. I'm very involved in many preservation associations throughout U.S. and Europe. My restoration company, Marian Restoration, has been in business for 35 years, basically restoring structures and features of buildings. Our specialty is restoration of stone, brick, and architectural concrete. We have architectural conservators working for us. Our company is about 45 men and women, many of them with a master's degree in conservation. U.S. Heritage Group is a material supplier, also a custom material fabricator. Most of the projects that I'm involved through U.S. Heritage are very significant historic structures like U.S. Capitol or fortresses built by Spaniards and most important buildings in the country. Biltmore Castle, you can name it, many capitals of states. We take samples of material, we custom, we analyze the sample, and we custom make the material to use in a preservation process, because we believe that when you restore like with like, you have like performance and you have like expectations. And this is sort of a new concept that we have introduced in America 15 years ago, and right now our basically standard is being utilized to restore many projects in the country.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other public testimony? And I see none. And so now's an opportunity to deliberate. What do you guys want to do?
Want me to get my deliberations out of the way?
Sure.
I'll be real fast. My deliberations on this, I think that a lot of good has come out of this process, and hopefully a lot more good is going to come out of this process as it gets underway. Big interest of mine, of course, is always procedure, and I think this has been a great process, a great petition for establishing some clarity with respect to procedures of the Commission. While this matter is styled as a renewal and extension of Certificate of Appropriateness issued 2 years ago, I believe the city staffs and which expired a year ago, I believe the city staffs and commission's handling of the matter makes it clear that expired certificates of appropriateness are by no means subject to automatic renewal or extension, nor otherwise are they forbidden from a renewal or extension. So it's something that is that the commission and the petitioner can both take action on. The project now calls for the demolition of the lily or reflecting pool, which was designated by Lake Forest City Council as a Lake Forest landmark based on its identification as the work of the architect Charles A. Platt, whose individual work is significant in the history or development of the city of Lake Forest, the state of Illinois, and the United States. The reflecting pool, measuring 115 feet by 25 feet with a 24-inch raised pink marble coping, is in good condition. The original, I thought original concrete floor based on the original materials provided to the city on this has been repoured. The marble coping appears to be in good condition, and the original red brick pavers appear to be almost all in place. The primary reasons given at this time for the demolition of this Lake Forest landmark are twofold. The petitioner believes that the reflecting pool is not well situated on its lot, which was laid out by the renowned landscape architect Marshall Johnson, a close protege of Jens Jensen, as part of his very well-regarded curvilinear Villa Turcum subdivision. The second reason given is the petitioner believes that the highest and best use of the reflecting pool is to be salvaged as materials for the restoration of bluffside features. City staff has consulted with city legal counsel, who has expressed the point of view that this commission can approve a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of this Lake Forest landmark without first obtaining rescission of landmark status from city council. City staff has specifically evaluated the demolition of the reflecting pool against the standards for demolition under the Historic Preservation Ordinance and reported that demolition of this Lake Forest landmarks complies with the ordinance. So those are all good things which I think have been established procedurally by this petition. Another thing which has happened, which has been positive, is that neighbors in Villa Turcum and others have been involved in this process, and I thought it would be worthwhile just to bring a couple of their comments forward very briefly. Several residents of Circle Lane have written with respect to the removal or of the lily or reflecting pool, and I have in hand lengthy correspondence from two of these. Brief excerpt from one Circle Lane neighbor. I urge the commission to respect that the lily pond was historically designated for good reason at the time, and this speaks to one of the fundamental reasons for the existence of the HPC, to protect what is meant to be protected. A brief excerpt from another Circle Lane neighbor. There are numerous significant architectural elements and historical adornments on the property that we urge be maintained as part of any renovation. We are especially concerned with the reflecting pool at the front of the property, which was a significant element of the original Villa Turcum and remains an important neighborhood amenity. Given its historical importance and prominent location, we urge the commission to make its restoration in the current location a condition of any permit. Finally, I believe that the extraordinarily thoughtful comments of one of the deans of Lake Forest Historic Preservation, Arthur Miller, relative to an earlier iteration of this project should be noted before voting on this petition. Brief excerpts. There is more than one layer of historic significance here, in addition to the original 1908 and 1909 development. That also of 1951, when the curvilinear subdivision was laid out. Both are artistic judgments by significant designers. Other architects locally have worked magic around givens or constraints like this. How do we know that this is not possible now, that the pool has to or should go? He also says the project should be delayed until further consultation. This was in 2012. The project should be delayed until further consultation has taken place to save the elements and satisfy the clients with their new home. This is in the client's best interest to be able to save this ensemble, and as such, a gift of stewardship forward to future owners and communities. And finally, it would be in the client's interest to get a second Platt-level architecture design opinion before becoming notable as the guy who demoed one of the three surviving main elements of the Platt development of 1909. So, in short, I believe that a condition to approval of this petition should be retention of the lily reflecting pool.
All right, any other deliberations?
Well, I'll follow up on that.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm not going to be as eloquent, that's for sure.
anything.
But I really appreciate all the work you've been doing on this. This is really incredible, and that is a fabulous, fabulous feature. Unfortunately, not many people see it because it's pretty well hidden, unless you happen to go down the ravine and, you know, start a bonfire down that beach like we used to do in high school, and then you see it. So, you know, I've really struggled with the give and take on this, because I really feel like in the beginning you started with this project, you knew going into this when you bought this property that you had a house on here and you had the lily pond, and that was a landmark feature. And, you know, I'm not in favor of the demolition, because I think basically what you're doing with the demolition is you're negatively impacting a landmark feature. So I'm not agreeing with even the demolition of the original house, because as it says in our ordinance, it's impacting a landmark feature. I don't even think we should get down the road that far. Now with the lily pond out of the way, you can have your bigger house and your private wants that you really are looking for, to have a bigger, more well-situated and better views in the lake, and maybe relate better. But I think maybe if you had gone into this process in the beginning where your stipulation was, I want to preserve the lily pond, John certainly could have done something just as fantastic and preserved that pond. I really believe that demolition of the lily pond would be detrimental to the public benefit, because it is the one feature that it does have a public view, as opposed to the stairs that has a private view. And I've heard from neighbors too on Circle Lane just lamenting the fact that we are getting rid of this architectural feature. What if someone comes by and decides to restore that bowling alley next door to you? What if they buy that lot and restore that? Then you've lost this, and we're going to regret losing that lily pond. So I'm not in favor of getting rid of the lily pond either. I understand the use of the materials and how, you know, that can really help with this really significant feature, but the lily pond itself is, you know, once we lose it, it's gone. But the bigger issue here is, you know, we have landmarked this feature, and as a body, that's our job, to protect it. A landmark feature, we are supposed to protect the landmark features. That's why we were created. And so I cannot approve demolition of a feature that we're supposed to protect, given the circumstances you've seen. But I know there's probably another way we could probably, you know, restore the waterfall without demolition of the lily pond. So I can't support that.
Okay. Any other deliberations?
I too have lost some sleep over this, and but you know, when I walked through the terraces today, and I did get that kind of enchanted feel. But walking around the lily pool, it felt sad. You know, this is the abandoned and orphaned child of, you know, a failed relationship. And it means it really needs the house to give it some meaning. It was part of the house. It was by itself. I think it's not a unique element. The bluff terraces are a unique element, and so I guess we're just trying to find out if the lily pool signed her organ donor card. I think, you know, harvesting the lily pond to take care of the bluff terraces, we're not losing the lily pond so much as reusing it to preserve the terrace features. So that's kind of where I'm heading.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel the same way. You know, I feel like it's a balancing act. Preservation is a balancing act, and, you know, the town or this site or any home, it's not a museum. I mean, it's got to be living and breathing and flexible and organic, and, you know, I think I can see the strict interpretation that this was called out as one of 3 landmark items, but it's not a static equation. You know, we have to make, you know, property owner and community and town balancing decisions, and look at what we're getting by, you know, the sacrifice. I was thinking of the organ donor context as well. So, I mean, I think this is, you know, is it the last chance? I don't know, but I think it's a really, really good chance to restore something that's unique. And I think I think it's really, it's disingenuous to say if you're for this, you're against preservation, you know, and you're against the HPC and the role. It's maybe one interpretation of our role, but I think we're here to be flexible and to be open and pragmatic and to, you know, to weigh things that are multivariant and not single-dimensioned. And I think in this case, I come down on the petition and in support of it. You know, part of it for, you know, the right of a homeowner to build a home that he wants in the context of really caring about the property and its history and the integrity of a unique key element to it. And they're also going to try to reuse a portion of it. So that's where I stand.
Yes, I agree with most of what was just said. I am, you know, have been convinced of the merit of making the best possible result of the cascade and the water features going down. It's always unfortunate to have to make a trade-off, but I would rather not see that done in a less than ideal fashion to save the lily pond.
All right. Marianne?
I think that the water feature is just so stupendous that I think that would be truly heartbreaking to lose that, to keep the lily pond. It's a torturous decision, but the waterfalls is outrageous, and I think my need to save that outweighs my need to save what's left of the lily pond.
Okay, well, painful process, isn't it? Very painful for us, too.
What do you think, Chairman?
Everybody
else vote.
Well, I will. You know, sometimes I describe what I do in this role to the folks I work with, and they say, you volunteered for that?
Seriously.
So, it's a long time ago I volunteered, but now I'm smarter, but it's a long time ago. Yeah, I support the petition, I support the staff, I support the conclusions of the Historic Resources Consultant. I think that it's our job to consider all of that information, as well as the individual prerogatives and perspectives of our fellow commissioners. So I do appreciate John pressing us to abide by the intent of the ordinance and to consider this thoroughly. So that was good of you to do that. On the other hand, I do applaud the efforts to salvage or restore the what I consider the more important feature, even if it's regrettable to lose the lily pond. So I'll ask if there's a motion consistent with the recommendation of the staff. If anyone wants to make that motion.
Yeah, I move that we grant a certificate of appropriateness or subject to the staff recommendations and outlined in our report.
All right, any other conditions that anyone needs to make? I think the motion's been made by Commissioner Preschlack. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So 2 opposed, that does pass, so congratulations with that. Contentious and, still quite a large project for you, but good luck with that.
Thank you.
Will there be a movie?
All right, now's an opportunity for the public to address the Historic Preservation Commission on any non-agenda items. Are there any non-agenda items? And I see none, so I will ask if there's any
Nothing further. I think I heard a motion from you at about 10:58 to extend the meeting till 11:10, so I'll note that in the minutes.
Thank you for, the motion was made and seconded.
I'll recall who made the motion and seconded it, and then you do not have a meeting scheduled in December.
Okay.
So we'll see you next year.
Merry Christmas.
We'll see you next year. Thank you. Thank you and good night.